Hi, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Congratulations to us for getting first. You did so good. Yippee yippee. Wowie. It's so good to see you all. I hope you're having a good Thursday. My Thursday's pretty good so far. It's raining. It's been raining all morning. And I have a bagel with strawberry cream cheese, which is the best bagel topping, in case you're wondering. And and I got gamer subs, and I've got you. Yippee! This is so awesome. This is so awesome. Hello, everyone. Oza, I can't help but notice you're talking to yourself. I don't know what that's all about. Um, I hope you I hope you like Amori Tuesdays though. Hi everyone. Oh hi Red. It's good to see you. Hi Mick. Hi Kyrie. Hi Sora. Hi Oza. Hi Az. Hi Ryan. Yippee! You love bagels? What's your ideal perfect situation for a bagel? Mine would be if it's a blueberry bagel and it's toasted, but like not too much, just a little bit toasted, and then strawberry cream cheese. This bagel is not blueberry, it's just plain, but it's still pretty awesome. We're like halfway. We're like halfway to perfection, which is, you know, it's something. 500 cigarettes. Cigarettes. Mm-hmm. And you just like put those on your bagel or what? I didn't pop. I didn't pop. Was I supposed to? Georgie, I don't really I don't really remember what you're referencing. I got a bagel though. Pretty swag. Good morning. Butt Monkey Thursday. Yeah, okay. First of all, you're not even spelling butt monkey correctly. It's not like the butt of a monkey. It's like, wait, but a monkey, you know? And then also, he's not here. And then also, there's not really any alliteration or rhyming scheme. I don't know. I think I think you gotta workshop that one. I like a plain bagel with honey, almond, cream cheese. Yo! Yo! Oh my god, Hero Ham! Oh my goodness! Hero, oh my gosh, Slay the Spire II co-op. That is so real and true. Oh my god, Aspa Whiplash. Yeah! Pretty, pretty cool, huh? Pretty freaking awesome. Good morning. I'm glad you're busting it down this early in the morning. That's so awesome. Oh, because of the chia seeds. It's true. I don't think there is any consequences to eating a bunch of chia seeds. I did not get sick and I did not explode or anything like that. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, man. Okay, I opened my window because it's raining outside and I like to hear it, right? And it's quite chilly outside, so I put a sweater on. But now I'm like too hot. My life is so hard. Anyways, you guys want to see some Slay the Spire content? You guys want to see some Slay the Spire content? I've only really played the Silent. I guess my first run I played the Ironclad cuz like you have to. But since then I've only been playing the Silent. I have 13 hours in this game already and it's all on the same character. So I think I'm going to try to learn a different character, maybe perhaps. I'm going to be brave. I'm going to be brave. Not? Oh, you don't want to see it? What would you rather do instead, George? I do have some homework for today. One of my friends is hosting a conspiracy theory night. So I don't know. Me and a bunch of friends are gonna go over to her house with our little PowerPoint presentations, and we're gonna present our conspiracy theories and wear tinfoil hats. And it sounds like a silly time, but I really have no idea what to do for my conspiracy. 'Cause I don't want it to be. Oops. I don't want it to be like a serious one. I want it to be a little bit goofy. But I really, I don't know. I don't really have any conspiracies. The only conspiracy that I like for real believe in is that you don't have to do cardio. But I think I'd get tomatoes thrown at me if I presented that. I don't know. There's the classic, like, the moon landing was fake and, like, you know, political leaders are like lizard people, but I feel like that's kind of boring. I'm not really inspired by those. So if anybody has any sort of suggestions, I'm all ears. It's tomorrow night and I have not started it. Monsley stream. Monsley stream. Okay, well, what do you want Monsley to do? Do you want him to play Slave Spy? I assume this is energy. Okay, at the start of each combat, gain 3 energy. I don't know what that means, but we're gonna try it. Mandela effect? Ooh. I think that one would be pretty easy to present because there's so much, like, information on it. And a lot of examples. Do the one with the lizard people? I genuinely don't understand the lizard people one. I feel like I'd have a hard time. The moon is made of cheese? Yo! That's kind of awesome. There's several serious and silly Mandela effect examples. Really? I'll be honest, I thought they were all kind of silly. I don't know, maybe it's just because, like, my memory is bad. That whenever people, like, show the examples, I'm like, yeah, I could see that I just, like, misremembered that. Like, some people are, like, really into it. I don't know, do you guys believe it? Is this the yeah, it is. I wanted to see how many songs we can get through before you realize. But yeah, this is Hero Ham's stream playlist on Spotify. Pretty freaking cool. Argue that flat Earth is real as you really believe it. Ooh, that would be kind of awesome, huh? Okay. Flat Earth, moon made of cheese, Mandela effect. Much to think about. I don't know. I am excited. I do really like making PowerPoints. I'm a little nervous to present though. Let's pretend this is a 6-7 streak. Dedicated to Ryan. That's so sweet of you. Yo, wait, 80. That's so much. That's so much. I'll pretend it's 6-7 though. Sheesh! Look at that, 6-7. Oversized blue creature. I am the future king. Cute. You will see me again. Like, that's really funny. This guy's just a sassy, powerful fella. Lose 10 max HP just from transforming 2 cards seems kind of crazy. I'm gonna get rid of something. Gain 2. Is this energy? Why does it cost 1 to gain 2? Okay. I'm gonna get rid of a defend. I like the art. Clocked after 3 songs. Yeah, I guess you know your stuff, huh? Make up a conspiracy theory that Labubus are eating your honeycombs in the pantry because the cereal company wants to decrease their supply to increase their demand. That's kind of awesome. I love how off the walls that one is. Although I feel like my friends don't understand the extent of how much I like honeycombs. So it'd be like, they're eating them. And they'd be like, okay, Frosty. All right, buddy. What are you yapping about? I'd like to go to a merchant. But not too early, because I want to have money for it. So I think going this way is the move. Perhaps. Oh, Regent has 2 mana pools. Oh. Stars. Stars and energy. The reasons cards may require stars to play. Oh, this one costs stars. Oh. It only gets recharged with cards. Okay. Huh. Okay, okay. Do they go away? Like, am I supposed to spend all 3 on turn 1? Or do they carry over? Deal 7 damage, apply 1 weak, 1 vulnerable. Okay. Yes, I've been so addicted to this game. Yo! Hi, Shade! Who's your favorite character to play in this game? I have only played the silent. I'm trying things. You don't have to, they carry over. There are cards that grant more, they carry over. Okay. Interesting system. Sorry, I'm not yapping that much. I am low-key eating this bagel up. Okay. Yippee! He is so sassy. Gain the 7 block. What is the point of having 2 separate ones? Deal 10 damage, draw 1 card. 1 card from your hand on the top of your draw pile. I don't really know if I want any of this. Maybe Glitter Stream is a safe one? So far, I really like Relic and Necro. Necro has a big skeleton hand, and I really like to just buff it a bunch. Ooh. I have a friend that really likes the Necromancer. So I've seen a little bit of the gameplay. But I don't have them unlocked. It looks cute though. I like, I don't know, I like little summony thingies. I thought this guy was a summoner. Like with swords or something. I don't know how you get that. Maybe I'm thinking of a different character. 2 times 4. Sea punk, that's cute. Mandela effect is real. They changed the spelling of my peanut butter. Of your peanut butter? What peanut butter did they change the spelling of? What an honor to have Foss play my playlist. It's so good. I like it. I like it a lot. I don't know. I feel like I haven't been put on that many girl groups, to be honest with you. Like, I don't just come across them. So I like your playlist because I get to find some nice girly pop songs. Oh, I don't have enough stars for that. Oh. I guess this wouldn't go through the armor, so it's better to just block, huh? You prefer Asti build more than Doom build? I tried a hybrid when I was playing Doom as well as Asti, and it was fun. I just like to watch Asti hit like 10 times in a row. Oh, I didn't know that he hit. I thought he just protected you. Much to learn, much to learn. Forge. The first time you forge each combat, add Sovereign Blade into your hand. It's additional damage to the Sovereign Blade. Wait, maybe this is what I was thinking of with the summon things. I think that sounds good. Reach it and Neko Binder are way too cheesy to win. Too cheesy to win? What do you mean too cheesy to win? Doesn't cheesy mean that it's like easy to win? Jiff used to be Jiffy, they're not fooling me? June, I don't even like peanut butter. Jiffy peanut butter. Jif peanut butter. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe people just referred to it as Jiffy like as a term of endearment. I don't know. They're being sweet and affectionate to their peanut butter. Maybe that's what you're thinking of. A buddy that played Relic last night. No kidding, got 48 lightning strikes at one point. Relic. Who is Relic? Is Relic the same as the defect? I don't want any of this, Loki. But this exhausts out of my deck, so I guess it's fine. Cheese builds are my favorite. I like a little silly goofy. $39. Oh, I guess because it's doubled. Wow, that sounds really nice. Ham. You're not fooling me either. Probably honestly remembering. Be there in a jiffy. An expression used a lot. Yeah, like I said earlier, my memory kind of sucks. So, like, I fully believe that I'm just misremembering stuff when people give the little examples. Like, I would not put it past me to misremember. Frosted Flakes are real! Okay, you had me a little bit and then you lost me. Man, I want to be on a cereal box so bad. That'd be so awesome. Really? Is the guy you unlock after Necro. He has orbs that do different powers? What? I thought that was the little frog guy. Little defect. But maybe... maybe it's different. Oh, he is defect. Maybe his power is called relic. Yes, defect. Oh, okay, okay. That makes sense. I like these sovereign blades. Seems a little silly goofy. Gain 8 plating. Yo, I'm never gonna be able to afford that. Frog guy. Yeah, his legs and like the shape of his head kind of remind me of a frog. do you see my vision? If you play 2 conquerors, does it double or no? Like, would it do quadruple damage to the enemy, or is it still doubled? West wants to be on a Southwest Airlines plane too. Yeah. That wouldn't even make sense. They have their own like color scheme. It'd be weird if there's some random pink on there. I wouldn't be mad though. You guys ever see like the videos of like the bullet trains in Japan, and they're like themed? There's like Sanrio ones, like Hello Kitty ones. If they did that, but for me, I think that would be awesome. I don't know where the hell I got the word relic from. Looks to the items that give effect. Oh yeah, these are relics. You just got your wires crossed. We've all been there. Doubles usually stack, but I don't know about with Sovereign Blade. I guess you can just try it. I don't want any of the other stuff. I could go here now. Or I could like loop around and go to this one. Or I could go to both, but I low-key don't think I'll have enough money for all that. So maybe I'll go this way. West and Southwest Airlines are secretly married. Seriously, hey! I'm not even that loyal to Southwest Airlines. Well, they're my favorite airlines, but if they're somewhere cheaper, I'm going with the cheaper option. I like this skulking colony. Look at its little coral toes. That's so silly. Okay, block? We're blocking? We're blocking? I feel bad that Conquer isn't gonna... Like, I'm not gonna be able to attack him for double damage, but at least, you know, it's there. Not that airline NTR. Oh yeah, Ozzy taught me what NTR is. I forgot what it stands for. That's kind of crazy. Listen, I'm not married to nothing. Except for maybe make salsa. Other than make salsa, I'm not married to nothing. Southwest is dying right now. They changed the seating thing and they're charging for all seats now. I know. I know. I have a flight coming up. I'm going to a convention called Offkai. It's like a VTuber convention in... I think it's at the end of July. But I bought my plane ticket for it. It was like, man, this is so messed up. This is so messed up. I liked being able to choose my seat. But it's okay. Neto rare? Being gross? I mean, not being married to Mick. That's awesome, Sawsome. Yeah, it's pretty awesome, Sawsome. I agree. My favorite is Delta. I know they're bougie, but I like them. They're always nice to me. I think I like Delta as well, but do you get a free like apple juice when you fly Delta? I forget. I don't know. When you fly Southwest, you get free graham crackers. Well, okay, free. I guess it's included in the cost. But you get graham crackers on the flight, and you also get like a little drink. So I can get apple juice and graham crackers. And I think that's pretty awesome. I think that makes it worth it for me. Unfortunately, not going. Ugh, you're breaking my heart. You're breaking my heart over here. Sniff, sniff. It's so over. Wow, I'm really just eating that, huh? Oh well. Why did you reveal Azu's NTR knowledge? Oh, that's because I like bullying Azu. It's okay, he's not here, so he'll never know. He'll never even know. Get free drinks and the free Biscoff cookies. I love the Biscoff cookies. Oh, really? I didn't know they had Biscoffs. That's kind of awesome. Oh my god, I love this song. Okay, maybe... Here you go. We'll let Bruno sing it. Oh, it costs 2 of the things. Ugh. Man, this is some difficult resource management, I must say. I want to go another time. Okay. Please go another time. Oh my goodness. Surely. Oh wait. How do you get another sovereign? Oh. Wow, I'm cooked, Loki. Okay, surely there's like a funny little power. This is like Loki cooked. That won't even break his armor. Ugh. I'm storytelling, yo! Why would you do that? Biscoff has been Delta's thing for so long. They even have custom Biscoffs that have the word Delta on them. Yo, wait, that's kind of awesome. I like Biscoffs. I got like a big box of them last year. I'm out of them now. But man, those are some good times. I like anything that's like a little cinnamon cracker. Maybe I should start eating plain snacks. Oh well, when you go on an airplane, do you just like you're like, no thank you, I don't want a snack. That's so silly to me. Like you're essentially you paid for it, right? So you might as well take it. For me, sometimes if I don't want, like if I'm not hungry, I'll just take the snack, but I'll put it in my bag. And I'll eat it like 4 days later. You know? Okay, so forage just makes the damage bigger. So a Sovereign Blade is 10 damage by default, and this makes it 15? I think that's how that works. I don't know if this is a good... I feel like I need more forge cards, but I don't know if I like that one. I don't want to be too picky, because I don't even know what cards are available to me. But I just hate filling up my deck with nonsense. I like having a concise deck. I don't know. I guess I'll take it, just in case. This character is too big brain for me. I played him twice. I just can't figure it out. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, if it's too big brain for you, then I'm cooked. Wow, this song goes crazy. All good Regent takes a few times to get used to. Okay. I'm getting used to it. I'm getting used to it. Maybe you should start eating planes. Maybe you should. Did you guys hear that story about a guy who, like, throughout his whole life, he ate a whole airplane? I don't know if that was real, but it was, like, little tiny bits at a time. I don't know. I think I learned about that in psychology class, because it's, like, Pika... Like the thing where you want to eat inedible things. I don't know. Take everything I say with a grain of salt. I'm just saying stuff. Forge build and use beefy Sovereign Blade. Is Forge build the best one? What other builds are there? Like I can see how Sovereign build's working. Is there a build with like stars? Yo! Wait, that was cool. A good energy build going with him. I was overflowing with sun energy every turn. Are there just are there cards that are like really good that just cost a ton of stars? I think that would make sense. I don't want any of that. Okay. I gotta go this way. Here's my little candy trail so I don't get lost. I always said it like Pika? Is it Pika? Oh. I thought it was Pika, like Pikachu. Sewer clam. Ew. The sewer. Where's my block at? Can you not have multiple swords? I guess not, because when you forge, it just puts it on the same one. Oh wow, he said. Draw a defect frog for us? Oh, I'd have to look at the defect. Forge 8, put a Sovereign Blade into your hand from anywhere. I think that's good. Okay, just based off memory, he's got this big eyeball thing. And then he's kinda like this. And then I don't really know what his body looks like. But he's got these
Ahem.
big...
Snuck.
Snuck? What is snuck? What does that mean? Wait, I thought it was buck, because you want, like, dollars. And, like, he's got these big frog legs. And his arms... I don't know. But he's got, like, these 3 fingers as well. And, like, couldn't you imagine him just, like, as a frog? I don't know. Like, couldn't you imagine him doing, like, a little squat and then going, like, boing? You know? I don't know. I think he looks very froggish. Only in multiplayer can you have multiple blades, I think? Oh. That makes sense. That makes sense. I know I played with people who were playing him. Like Hiroham. I played a game with Hiroham. And then, like, I had blades for some reason, even though I was a silent. But that makes sense. Reach out your context. Hold on, I'm reading. Pika like Pikachu? Source? My girlfriend is a social worker. Oh. Pika Pika. After I did my little ahem joke, a rare NPC went to my offline chat and gave me 100 bits. You could say that he ahem snuck. Snuck? I don't even know what that means. I know snuck is like the past tense of sneak. But in my head, I was thinking like the past tense of snack. Like, I don't know. Sneak, snack, snuck. 2 punch constructs are duking out, and you see some treasure in between them. Should you try to nab it? Yeah! Yeah, I can take them. Yeah, I'll win. The constructs turn you menacingly. You put your dukes up. Sheesh! So too fast. What are you saying so true to? To snuck? I'm gonna have a snuck later. 3 a.m. snucking, yeah! 3 a.m. snucking. I used to be pretty bad about doing that. I'd be eating cereal ungodly hours, but I'm doing better about that these days. I'm really locking in. I only have 3 defense. Is that normal? I think I'm like low-key cooking myself. Okay. Snacked. Like you snacked at 3 a.m. I think snuck at 3 a.m. is funnier. The secret to getting rid of snacking is truly to just not grocery shop as often. Really? Maybe that's true. Like if you don't have snacks, you won't snack. I think the secret is if you brush your teeth more. Because then you're like, shoot, I don't want to brush my teeth again. And that's my secret. That's my tips and tricks. You can write that one down if you want. Guys, this is so unbelievably cooked. I think maybe we GG next. Good morning. I hope you're doing so good. I hope you're doing so good. Apex, do you have any conspiracy theories? I have a conspiracy theory event, and I don't know which one I should do. I figure you probably know ball. I've limited my grocery shopping to once a week, and it's helped a bit in saving money and not having snacks around all the time. Yo. That makes sense. I think that's pretty awesome. I like your little crab guys holding you up. Yeah, I don't know this person's lore, but I like it too. I wish that was me. And then you guys can be the little crabs. Wouldn't that be so awesome? Wow, that does not kill him. I thought it would. Sigh. It's kind of rough and tough out here. Oh wow. Yeah, you would like it. I do. I just said that. I don't know if I believe in it, but I'm obviously a fan of the Stanley Kubrick moon landing thing. I don't think I'm super familiar. I don't think I'm familiar at all. Yo, that was cool. Sheesh. That's a good one. Who's Stanley Kubrick? 14, huh? Interesting. Hero, how many copies of Slay the Spire II have you bought? This is so awesome. This is so awesome. I think Zora should play this game. I think that'd be hashtag swag. Some people think Stanley Kubrick directed the fake moon landing and scanned his movies for clues about that. Man, imagine like faking the moon landing and you just like out yourself in your movies. That's kind of awesome. Man, that's not kind of awesome. This situation. And you know, one time I knew a girl who like believed in the like moon landing conspiracy theory that it was fake. And I don't know, she showed me this image of the moon that like had like I don't know, like little marks on the camera lens, and she was like, "Oh, this is proof that it wasn't real." I don't know. It seemed very complicated. I bet she could do a banger presentation on it. There's another Stanley Kubrick related one that I kind of believe in a little bit. Why does this guy have so many conspiracy theories about him? That's some aura, I think. Guys, I'm dead here. I guess I can do that. Oh. That doesn't even help! Okay. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. I think I can play better than that. Maybe perhaps. No, little guys. My conspiracy is that Frost is not tall. Okay, well I can't make a PowerPoint presentation on that. I think the fact that it's an in-person event would kind of disprove a little bit. Ah, dead, bro. The Necrobinder? Wait, is this still a summon guy? Sorry, maybe I should have read that. Yo, it is! She seeks revenge. Oh, I didn't even know it is a she. She's kind of a baddie. I wanna try to get the region down first though. What about Elvis still being alive? Oh, maybe I've heard that one. I don't really know the details of it, but I think I have heard that one. What year was he born? If he was alive, he'd be pretty old, right? You walked into Steam today. Remember to do your Steam dailies. That's so lovely. Who up doing their Steam dailies? Oh. Ooh. Wait, I kind of like all of these. Look at these orbs. I think I'm a sucker for relics. So maybe a large capsule? But I'm not a sucker for adding strikes and defense. I don't know, is that chill? Maybe Pearl is better. There are shops. Wow. Man, I put in some people the other day, and oh my goodness, the map looked crazy. Because people would just like circle everything. And then they're like, oh, we're going this way. But then someone else will be like, no, we're going this way. Kind of awesome, but kind of stressful. Oh, I wanna go to this one. Yippee! Okay. Hello? Oh, that's not the real map. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I got an old coin in a pear! More pears than you could ever eat. The sweet rot of it all. A nibbit. Kind of swag. Okay. Okay. Check this out. Sheesh! Be like 80 or 90? Wait, why do you have a standard deviation of 10? That's so drastic. Yeah, chat, I'm 80 or 90. One of them. One of them, surely. Sounds a bit more believable than the moon landing to me. Steve's art was so deep he became a conspiracy magnus somehow goals. Wait, did I miss it? Wait, I missed it. His final movie, Eyes Wide Shut, is about scandalous Hollywood cult parties. But the studio forced him to cut out 35 minutes that are now completely lost media. Also, a few weeks before the movie came out, he died. Some people think that Hollywood elites got his ass for exposing their secrets. Oh. Oh. That does kinda low-key sound believable. But how do people know that 35 minutes are cut if they're just, like, gone? Also, who killed him? Like, John Hollywood was like, I'm gonna get you. His Sweet Rot, yeah! Shout out to Sweet Rot. Sheesh. Oh, he's not dead. He's so cute. I like his flap quivering. I don't know. It's quite satisfying. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. What is this? Is this energy? I guess that's energy because it doesn't look like the star. Quivering flap. Ew. Thanks to that. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I want Sovereign Blades, but is this a good one? I don't know. This game looks so much prettier than the first one. Yeah, it looks like there's like more frames in the animation or something. Excuse me. Well, I was surprised. I thought this game was done, but I guess it's not. Like some of the... Well, I guess all the cards are probably gone. But some of like the achievement things is like MS Paint drawing still, and I think that's kind of awesome. Shrinker Beetle. The co-op is super fun too. Yeah, the co-op goes crazy sicko mode. They did a really, really good job. Hold on, I gotta cough. 1 sec. Sorry, I'm chill. I'm assuming he talked about it. He was notoriously very serious about people not messing with stuff he did. Kinda amazing that he even agreed to it. Or maybe he didn't. Maybe it was after he died. I don't know. That's kind of scary. Did they say like how he died when he died? Like was it like an accident or was it like a sickness? I'm scared to find out how the co-op works, so I'm gonna be so bad. The Tea Master is sick as fuck. This isn't me. I think the co-op's not too bad. I think I don't know. Like the enemies' health scales with how many people are playing, but I don't think it's so bad. You stumble into a dimly lit shack and find yourself immersed in a very peaceful space containing an obsessive variety of tea. The man inside gestures to a selection of teas, each neatly labeled with a premium price. Oh, I don't really want any of this. I don't really want to pay. I think I'm gonna take his discourteous tea. You politely decline the tea and slam! The door behind you slams shut. The tea master stares at you for a moment, then presents an ugly cup. Oh, this tea is for the discourteous. Is this an ugly cup? I I think it's kind of cute. Can't stop staring at the tea master. That's nice. I'm happy for you. Room full of cheese. I love cheese. I love this relic. It's so awesome. Give me that. Gonna go check. We're going in the rabbit hole. Sheesh. Please report back. Please report back. Oh, look, the little guy is slumped. I don't know where the other one is. There's a lot of combos and fun things you can do with other people, which is super fun, honestly. Really, I haven't figured out too many combos. But I do know that this guy gives other people blades in co-op sometimes. I think that's kind of swag. I think that's kind of swag. Maybe I shouldn't have upgraded. None of this seems that crazy. I guess this one's chill. With reaching, your buddy can build a blade that does 1 billion damage. Takes a long time. Will he just work on keeping you both alive? I mean, that does sound kind of awesome. Quivering flap. Wow, you really are just saying stuff, huh? Thank you. Thank you for that. Apex is gonna get assassinated by Hollywood elites? Oh. I mean, I think if you, like... I don't know. Like, obviously that's not ideal. But if you had to die, I feel like that's a pretty good way, you know? My god, bruh. He showed them his final version of the movie. Then a few days later, he died of unexpected heart attack in his sleep. All the cuts were made after his death. A heart attack, huh? That is kind of a sussy cause of death. Kind of interesting. They killed him, right? They had to. I think they did have to. I don't know. I don't know if I could present on that, though. Like, without having seen the movie at all. What if somebody has a question and I'm like, I don't know. Much to consider. Could be indirect, like from stress? A stress heart attack? That is so sad. I don't want an infection. That's gross. Sigh. You can simulate heart attacks with poisons? Which poison? Maybe I should be blocking. I don't really want to be blocking, though. Get rid of these guys. Are they just lied about the cause of death because they can do that? Is there... I don't know. They have to make death certificates, right? I feel like... Wouldn't it be hard to convince a doctor to, like, lie about... Like, on the document? I don't know. I don't know. Surely they can just pay off the person doing the autopsy or threaten them? I never considered how stressful that job must be. It can be difficult depending on how it's done. Yeah. I feel like if this conspiracy theory is true, I feel like a lot of specific things had to have, like, worked out really nicely. I don't think it's unbelievable, but it does seem like maybe very Lucky. I want my sovereign blade. Womp. I've seen the movie and TBH. I totally could get how it could feel that stuff is missing. 35 minutes is kind of a long time. Isn't that like a fourth of the movie? Damn. That happens all the time? Really? I don't know. If you were an autopsy person, would you would you accept bribes? I feel like I would. Maybe it depends on the situation. But if someone was like, yeah, here's $200, I'd be like, yeah, okay, he died of a heart attack. You'd have to pay off involve more than just one person. Could be up to 3 or 4 different people at different stages of the process. Still possible, but unlikely. I don't really know how the process works. I didn't know there is like different checks like that. Yeah. Guess a lot of people would be in on it, huh? Maybe it's true, but he actually got killed by NASA? Because people found out about the about the moon landing thing. Sheesh. Zora fast till 9 hours. Wait, what's 9 plus 2? 11 p.m. Yeah, I'm free in 9 hours. I can't stay up super late because I have to go on a hike in the morning. But yeah, I'm free. Yeah, smirk emoji. I don't want any of that. No, thank you. Was this worth losing so much health for? A gorget? 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 I don't know. I don't know. I love this song. Shout out Hero Hum. Shout out Hero Hum. This is not my playlist. Blah. Get rid of this twig slime. That's Jarchi. In case you guys are wondering. You can play this on guitar. Sheesh. Prove it, coward. Play it right now. Go go get your guitar. Play it right now. That sounds so awesome. Would this kill him? No, that'd be 18. He'd live on 1 HP. Die. Which 10 next turn gain energy. I think that's worth it. Yeah. Yeah. I'm relicked up, if nothing else. Oh, I don't have enough stars. Oh. Do I have anything that makes stars? Oh, I do. Okay. Okay. I think I'm just gonna ignore the entire, like, star system and just try my best to do blades. I think that's my move. Yeah, see you in 9 hours. Or 8 hours, 30 minutes if I hit the turbo. You're driving at like... driving at like 100 kilometers per hour. You're like, I gotta play Slay Spire. That's kind of real. I think you should do that safely style though. Yo, where are my forge cards? Cooked. Cooked. Oh, Planisphere. When you enter a question room, heal 4 HP. There's not even a way to go to a question mark room from here. That would have been good down here. Sigh. I crank that turbo. I think if you play Coconut Mom, then you can drive at least 30 miles faster. That particle wall is nuts if you can get a lot of stars. And keep replaying it. Get a lot of block buildup. Oh, I don't think I took particle wall. I'm ignoring the stars because they don't seem as fun as a giant sword. Maybe this is why I'm not winning. But listen, trust, it'll work out eventually. Surely. What if I just like... turbo style shake? What's your guys' turbo song? I'm trying to think. I feel like I have a lot of them, but I can't think of anything other than Coconut Mom. Maybe Low-Key World and Valentine from Omori. I feel like I could drive really fast to that one. Definitely some Stray Kids songs as well. Oh, he's so close. Cranking it, cranking it. Oh, I want to hear what my nuts have to say. Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, I'm listening. So fair and true. Stars are too big for my brain. Yeah. But also, look at this blade. Isn't she so beautiful? I need more of that. Man, I think there's something wrong with me. Megan Thee Stallion, sheesh! Do you have a particular song, or is it just like anything? What's another by Key? Big Turbo. I like a lot of Key songs, but I cannot think of that one. Is this good? Is this good, or does this fill your hand with garbage? I'm skipping. Girls Gone Wild by JT. Oh wait, that's so awesome. Sheesh. Oh wow, look at how much gold I have. That's kind of swag. Okay, what do I get rid of? I want to get rid of all of this. Except for this one. This one's swag. Why is this defend all the way down here? Oh, because I added a strike and defend with my capsule. Okay, get rid of this. Anything from her, my queen. Sheesh. You like that one too? Don't worry. Okay. Okay, I believe you. Whenever you play Sovereign Blade, get 6 block. Is that good? I think Conqueror is good. Do 5 damage first 5, which is an additional 5 for every other time you've hit an enemy this turn. I don't have a lot of stuff that does lots of damage like that. But like, maybe that's good. I don't know. Or Speed Drive by Charlie XCX. Is that the one that was in the Barbie movie? Or am I thinking of a different one? I like whichever one is in the Barbie movie. Oh. Where did I get all that from? I have plating. Oh well. Not my problem. Yes! Ah! I like that one! I like that one quite a lot. The only one by Charlie XCX I know is I Love It. And that one is a banger. You're telling me you haven't listened to the Barbie movie soundtrack? I know. Whatever summer the Barbie movie came out. Was that 2023 or 2024? I don't know. But I listened to... I listened to the soundtrack like on repeat. It was such a vibe. It was so good. I watched the Barbie movie like 3 times and I don't remember that one. Oh, it's a very, very short segment. It's I think it's when Barbie and Ken like first go into the real world. And then they like do their mug shots. I think as they're taking their mug shots, that song is playing in the background. But it's such a good song, but it's just not there for a long time, which I think is a load of beans. I think they should have played the full song. It's one of my favorites. Stop saying quivering flap. This guy doesn't even have a flap. I guess his jaw is quivering. That's about it. Does this kill? Oh, it kills. Sheesh. I liked Glitter Stream. It kind of costs a lot, but I think it's a nice card. Why is quivering flap pinned? Wow, thank you, my mods. You're truly this stream would not be the same without you. Charlie XCX is like
songs to slow dance to? For
okay.
me, it's an indie artist no one really knows. Anyone heard of Psy?
Can we please slow dance to Psy? Please. Please, 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 please. I need that so bad. Also, modern Beethoven is crazy. I agree. You're so right. You're so right. Everybody is so real. Grab your coconuts, girlies. I'm grabbing them. Have you guys ever grabbed a coconut before? Like, have you ever actually touched one? I think I did. I don't know. I went to Jamaica with my family when I was really, really young. And I'm pretty sure there were coconuts there. But I low-key don't remember that. I think it's on my bucket list to grab a coconut. I think that would be nice. Pika, what the? Pika P! Slow dancing to Psy. Slow dancing to Psy. Sheesh. Which song? I think Gentleman would kind of go crazy. But you know, Gangnam Style is a classic. Me and my husband could dancing to Gentleman at our wedding. Yo! That's so awesome. That's so awesome. I hope that happens. Okay, I guess we're doing this. Sheesh. This is gonna be so nice. Straight from a tree, yeah. Or I guess at the grocery store. I don't know. Have you ever seen a coconut at the grocery store? I can't say that I have. Sheesh, she's dead as hell. I'm really not that good at defending. So dancing the Gangnam Style, wink wonk. I have a giant coconut in my room. Like the shell, or like a whole coconut, like with the flesh inside. What do you mean by dried? Can I touch it? It's crazy. Got one at a grocery store. And TBH, it tasted like ass. I think I got a bad one. Well, do you like coconut? I'm sure it won't taste that good if you don't like coconut. No, I don't mind coconut. I don't think I go out of my way for it. But if it's in like a dessert or something, I'm not complaining. I like the texture. It's very gritty. Whole coconut? Oh, why do you have that? Won't it go bad? Cause isn't it like a fruit? Won't the flesh rot? Oh my god, look! This does 60 damage. I want to open a coconut with frost head. Okay, well... I sincerely hope you mean in peak, because I think that would do some crazy damage. Your next attack deals additional damage? Is this like 6 strength, but like it's a one-time only strength? I don't want any of this. It's fine. Yes, you can touch my coconut. Sheesh. So, intimate. It's good in other foods. I like coconut water as well. This one is just really bad tasting. Oh, I don't think I like any liquid that comes out of a coconut. But I like shredded coconut. For my... I think for my birthday last year, there's like a bakery by my house that'll give you like a discounted slice of cake. And I got mango coconut cake. And it was really good. I really, really liked it. But I don't know. If you get like coconut milk in your coffee or like coconut water, I feel like it's not that good. It's fine. Fine, so it's just me, bro. Is anyone interested in a picture of the coconut? I'm so interested. I was gonna ask, but I didn't know if that was weird. I didn't want to be like, yo, can I see your coconut? And then you'd be like, what the hell is wrong with you? But I was kind of hoping you would ask, because I do kind of want to see what you're talking about. This character reminds me of Gilgamesh, and this is awesome. Gilgamesh from, like, the anime or, like, the actual, like, mythos? From Fate. Is he beautiful? I can think of a beautiful blonde boy from Fate, but I don't know if it's Gilgamesh or someone else. I took a mythology class in high school. And we read Gilgamesh. It was kind of awesome. It was like Toxic Yaoi with what's his little buddy's name? Enkidu? Is that it? I don't remember, but he had a little friend and it was like Toxic Yaoi. It was kind of awesome. Watch a YouTube channel of a guy who likes to go to islands and try to survive on nothing. There's one time where he's only able to find coconuts and he lived on those for like 2 full weeks. Oh. I guess that is like an interesting feat of like athleticism and survival, but I don't know. I don't think I would ever have any desire to do that. Like, is there a backup plan? Like, if he's dying, does he have a way of contacting people? Or is he just, like, cooked? Aw, man. 20 damage sucks. He is, that's him. Blonde, cocky, king-looking fellow with floating swords. Shit! I love... I love that kind of energy. 30. I need the thing that, like, you do double damage. I want that so bad. He has a sat phone usually? Oh. What is that? Like an emergency phone? Improvise, adapt, overcome? I feel like that only works so far. Until you're eating nothing but coconuts. You have no protein whatsoever. And you're not getting your like essential amino acids, and then you're just like dead probably. I don't know. A little sus. If I forged 10, would this do enough damage? I guess I do 50 damage and he'd live on 5. Man. Ugh. Okay, we'll do it like this. And then next turn he's dead, surely. Surely. Sat phones use satellite to contact people? Oh. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Can anybody have a satellite phone? Like, could I just get one? Could I call my friends on a satellite phone? Would that be awesome or no? Next turn, put 2 cards from your draw pile into your hands. Wait, it's like the little crab guy. He looks so pleased with himself. I don't know if that's something I want. It being gold makes me think it's good, but I just don't really want it that much. Maybe Crush Under would be good for the the this thing. Maybe perhaps. Is this a rest or a smith moment? Surely I can take the boss with 41 HP. Surely I can be greedy. I love being greedy. Yes, they're expensive though. Oh. Like how much? Like $300? Hmm. Mm-hmm. 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 Sorry, I'm eating a bagel. She said, what? I have to pay for it? You. Okay, well, that's kind of real. I don't know what to tell you. $200 to $500 range, depending on the type. Oh. I think that's not too bad. How much is like a regular style phone? It's like $300, right? But I guess you can do a lot more than just one single emergency call, huh? Maybe that's the difference. Coughs cutely. Yo! I don't know. I just got stuff in my lungs. I don't know what to tell you. Hiroham, I am not reading that one out loud. Thanks for that. They're really good if you plan to hike or camp a lot, honestly. Oh. That makes sense, because people will go like backpacking, right? Well, I guess if you're gonna be in suspicious areas, you should probably have a way to contact people. Mm. Mm-hmm. Maybe I try to play it safe. Triple your block? That's not even that good. This is 9. So I'm taking 4 damage. Oh, that's chill, that's chill. Quivers flap brazenly. Brazenly. Wow, you're really just like putting that all out there, huh?
Charts shyly.
When you clicked the like text to speech box and then you typed that with your fingers and then you imagined that playing out loud on my stream, what was going through your brain? What was your what was your desired outcome for that one? I really don't know what to say about that one. They get coverage and service in areas where phone service won't reach, letting you contact emergency services if you need it. That makes sense. Wow, this song is awesome. This is not what I was expecting. It's us right now. I bet Awa was holding the coconut while writing that. Like an evil, the coconut makes them evil. Like, I don't know. Like Lord of the Rings. I don't know, whenever you're holding it, you just have to say evil things.
Microbe,
Oh.
microbe, drooling face.
Ew. Drooling face. Ayo, Region Gameplay! Hi, Azu! Hi! This is harder than I expected, but I think it's going okay. I think it'd be going better if I wasn't so greedy, but I will not be changing my ways. It's like, OMG, Frost wouldn't read here's message. Better TTS it. Yeah, that's what I would say too if I was holding the coconut that makes me say evil things. I'm on to you. Okay, check this out. And then we beat into shape. This one. Sheesh. 34. Okay. Getting somewhere. Cooking. Gilgamesh gameplay. Yo, sword build. Yeah. I think this sword is so cool. I just need more stuff. 8 hours 40 minutes is crazy. Hero's making plans. Heroham's making money moves. Can I survive all this? Well, I guess I don't have to. I guess I can just kill someone. It's really cute. Okay, 16. I think it's fine. I think I just eat the damage and it's fine. Doctor, help me. Real and true. Zora, cool up with me right now? What the? What the? I don't live that. Let me check this out. Maybe it's chill. Oh, that won't kill it. What if I upgrade? If I use all my potions, surely. Yeah, that doesn't really help, huh? I got this finger from Zora. Say thank you, Zora. Thank you, Zora. What if I save Scum? What if I save Scum and then I'm just like not as greedy and it's so chill? How you guys feel about save scumming? Yay or nay? Maybe I should target the one with less health. Surely that does something. Positive things. Oh, wonderful. Yippee! Yippee! Okay, I do think Crush Under is the play. Okay, what is this? Human dexterity? Oh, I did not even know that I had that. Do I block? I guess I block. I hate blocking. I hate blocking. I'd rather attack. Glitter stream. And then be in shape. And then he's dead next turn. And then I don't know. You sound like Kaya. Whoa! I don't even know what I said that sounded like Kaya. Should I be flattered or offended? I was forcing him to block every turn. Oh, I see. I've never played this game with Kaya. He gets home from work too late. It's like past 1 a.m. for me. Sigh. Okay. I think this is going nice. My bagel's cold, but I think it's still awesome. Oh, don't have enough stars. Okay. I guess doing the little balls first is probably the strat. I don't know. Do I block this? Do I need to block it? I guess. I guess that's probably smart, huh? Okay. 33. Cooking? What star cards do I have? I guess it's just this one. But vulnerable seems important, so maybe we do it anyway. I like big sword. Ugh. I might be cooked. I think if I could make him vulnerable and then do the Sovereign Blade, he would be good. I just don't know if I got that dog in me. I guess we will see. You are surviving though. You're doing amazing, sweetie. Thank you. Yeah, I'm surviving. Blackmore. I need a bigger sword. I need a bigger sword for real. That boss is hard, TBH. What do you think the hardest, like, floor 1 boss is? I'm trying to think. I don't know if I know all of them yet. I'm sure I fought all of them, but I do not remember. Not as bad as Queen, though. Queen easily. She vulnerable to you for 99 rounds? Oh. I don't know if I've seen her. Okay, glitter. Okay, he's dead next turn. Okay, everything's fine. There's the boss that looks like a beehive. Is that a floor 1 boss? I don't remember. Epoch discovered. Sheesh. Oh. Auto potion. I honestly think colorless is better than Blessing of the Forge. Beehive is low-key an elite. Okay. Don't say low-key if that's just a true fact. Wouldn't that be high-key? Azu, that's wonderful. Thank you. I already have beat into shape. I don't think I need 2 of them. Are these good cards? Like, genuinely, this is so expensive, and I feel like armor is not even that worth it. And I don't really know what this is all about. I don't know. Haki elite. Thank you. Thank you so much. Haki, you stink. Stink good. Sniff sniff. Are you talking to me? Do I stink good? I don't think I smell like anything. I have perfume on. Or maybe I stink good. It smelled like a Tonka bean photo today. Just kidding, it's not that one. I don't know what perfume I'm wearing. I got a bunch of samples. And I just put on whatever. I don't know. It was my vision that I would have like a little like note where I'd like write down all the different perfume samples and then like give it a score so that like after I go through all of them, I'll know which one is my favorite. But I have not been doing that. I've been relying on memory and it's not going so well. But it's okay. It's okay. I'll figure it out eventually. Darv. Darv's got some crazy tooth gems. And a crazy camel thingy. Where did I put? Oh, come to see my collection? Take anything from that pile over there. Put it to good use. Oh my god, I love removing cards from my deck. Oh, Black Star is kind of nice too, though. I could do all of these. I don't know if I'm strong enough to go through all those elites, but like maybe I am. I'll try. I'll try. Thank you, Darv. That was lovely. Oh yeah, shake it. Swag. Forge 10. Tunneler. Oh, this is the guy that goes underground and gets a lot of block, right? I think that's right. Okay. Burrowed. Block is not removed at the start of Tunneler's turn. Stunned if all block is removed. That's so much. And so much damage too. Okay, surely this gives something. Wait, I like this art. Put a skill from your draw pile into your hand. Exhaust. I don't even have a draw pile. Delay damage. Damage all other enemies equal to the damage dealt. Gain additional 5 block from defend cards. Okay. Guess we're blocked up. Okay, swag. 41? That's pretty awesome. Aw. Hassan? I like that it's a little ribbon. I love ribbons. Okay, I think he gets stunned. Yeah, so he doesn't even do any damage. Goober. Yo, he's dead! And my cheese proc. Slay! I guess my cheese procs every turn. I have not been noticing it. Choose 2 cards in your draw pile to transform into minion strikes. Is that good? I'm feeling like it's not. I'm feeling like none of this helps my big sword agenda. Oh. You come upon a faintly glowing key and go to pick it up. Been looking all over for that key. Now, if you don't mind. This person looks like bad news, but maybe it's not good to be judgy. I don't really know what the key is for. I like 100 gold. There is a shop here. I want to know what the key is. The stranger looks at you menacingly. Seems like only one of you is making it out of here with the key. Okay. He's so strong. Wow. 15 times 2. Interesting. Did you even lose? Okay, I guess you did lose a strength. This is a little rough. Surely the key is worth it. Surely the key is worth it, and this is not an enemy. Weak. Oh, yeah. I don't think I'm gonna defend this. Sheesh. My two plating will surely carry. Oh. I want my blade back. Surely this key is so incredibly worth it. 18. Okay, look. Triple block. And then we're like low-key untouchable. And everything is so awesome. His proportions are kind of crazy. His head is so small and his neck is so long. Sorry, maybe that's kind of mean. Add a lantern key to your deck. Unplayable. Unlocks a special event in the next act. I thought it'd be like a relic. I did all that for an unplayable card. Okay. I like that this is upgraded, but I really don't need another one. Yo! Amalgamator. Clang clang. You hear the echoes of metal upon metal on the other side of a wall. As you press your head against the wall to listen in, the wall opens up, revealing a hulking six-armed figure, sheesh, toiling away. Its face is a swirling vortex of glowing sigils that shift about. When with an ascending spirit has found my workshop, let's get combining. Sheesh! A very, very nice character design. Remove 2 strikes, add ultimate strike to your deck. Remove 2 defense, add ultimate defend. Oh, that's nice. I think the strikes is better. Cling cling. The amalgamator strikes its bone anvil. Memories of combat, attacking, and offensive strategies sharpen with each blow. Your most ultimate technique returns to you. Sheesh. Okay. Where are my forged cards at? Oh well. Slay! We're slaying. Slaying that Spire. This deck low-key sucks. Get rid of a strike. And low-key, maybe take a regen potion. Just to be safe. Oh my god, it's the low-key, high-key elite. Me and Sarah low-key getting slain by the Spire. What's like his first run, right? I feel like your first run is the hardest because you're not used to it. Surely you scale. I'm sub ons. Yeah, I believe it. It's okay, you scale. Don't even worry. It's okay, practice rush. Oh yeah, practice rush. Ugh. I'm getting carried? Oh, well if you're getting carried, then you're not getting slain by the Spire, so that's kind of awesome. That's kind of freaking awesome. I'll be in 8 hours, 20 minutes. You got like a little timer on your phone. Hirham, what if you're a little bit sick today? Have you considered that you might be feeling sort of sick today? Have you considered that that we could play in like 20 minutes if you were feeling a little bit sick today? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Much to consider. Oh my god, my blade's gonna go crazy sicko mode. Are we slaying the spire or are we slaying in the spire? Well, I think like the game is called Slay the Spire, so I think we're slaying the spire. Like the whole building itself. Much to think about. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Much to think about. This kinda hurts, huh? Okay, it's fine. I take it. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. See, if I had the double damage thing, he'd be almost dead. This game sucks. I didn't consider I'd be feeling sick right this second, huh? Yeah, I mean, I think something's been going around. I don't know. I don't know. Stay safe out there. Wait, is he dead? He's not dead. He's not dead, and I've got a billion dazed. Look at this straw pile. This is interesting. Someone cough on me real quick. Coughs cutely. Youch. Youch! Youch with no relief. Oh my god, I'm dead. Wait, I can drink this. I don't think it really helps, though. I think I just need any single attack. I hate this elite so much. Sniffing, sniffing. Oh my god, sniffing, sniffing. Yeah, I didn't think it was so bad, but... like, low-key, maybe it is. I guess it's not so bad if you're doing poison build. You're not, like, attacking him. But, like, this is quite rough. Guy sucks for silence so bad, especially if you go Shiv build. Oh, yeah, that'd be kind of awful for Shiv. But for poison, it'd be, like, no consequence, because a lot of the poison cards aren't attacks. Oh my god! I don't have any... Guys, I think I'm dead. I think it's... I think 7 times 7 is a little bit bigger than 27. And I didn't even get to find out what this damn key was. Does anybody know what the key does? Was that worth it? Was that worth it? Be honest. This is so sad. It is so sad. It is so sad. But look, I got a thing. Kaboom. A fantastic explosion marks the arrival of the Regent. His Majesty's spaceship, shattered beyond repair. Finally, I arrive. I guess it's good that I'm unlocking cards. Increase the cost of Sovereign Blade by 1. And it hits an additional time. See, like, this is pretty nice. This... oh my god, this is... these are all nice. This will all help me out, I think. Look at it. Look at this art. Oh, it's so awesome. It's so awesome. I hope when they release the full game, they just keep this in. It's so charming. Okay, next one. Now you gotta do an energy build. Okay, I'll try an energy build. I will try my best. I love the little placeholders. Oh, it's so cute. It's so cute. Neos Fury. Oh, it's like a full art card. That's very pretty. Deal 10 damage, put 2 random cards from your discard pile into your hand exhaust. Receive greed. In 333 girl. Does eternal means you can't remove it from your deck, right? I feel like that is not worth it for this amount of gold. I guess Nyao's Torment is chill. Underdogs. We're in the sewer foe today. Who is this? Okay. I'm gonna go to a later shop, but it looks like any way could go there. I'll go here so I can go to the fireplace. Oh, toad pools. Is this a quivering flap? I guess it sort of is. It's not quite the same as the nibbit. Swag. Okay, make that one weak. Cooking? Cooking? Eating? Swagging out? Swagging out? Oh. Well... When hit by an attack, deal 2 damage back. Okay. I'm gonna take 4, but it's like so... regular. Well, I thought I was swagging out. He like... he rotated. Got microwaved a little bit. That's so awesome. I can't kill him. I need to get my stars up. Okay. Oh, I should have defended before attacking it if it's got thorns, huh? Whoopsie. It's okay. It's okay. I didn't even need that 6 health. Okay, none of this is energy related. But... charge seems kind of fun. I'll go for a charge. I'll see what that's up to. Oh. How are we feeling about these little tendrils? I think they're kind of cute, but in like a scary way. Okay, we'll defend. When an enemy dies, Corpse Slug immediately eats it, becoming stunned and gaining 4 strength. Oh, so they eat each other. Okay. That's great. Oh, I get the block back. Wait, the Nyao's Fury is kind of nice. Also, it's so satisfying that it's a full art situation. Feels very fancy. Gimbal. Oh. Wait, Kyrie, why are you why are you putting a stress emoji? You won your gamble. What is there to be stressed about? Is like the power getting to you? Oh. Okay. Stunned and eating friend. Oh wait, I got energy. I don't know where I got that from. Oh. 7 times 2. Womp. I won, but only 200 points. Oh. I see the problem. Yeah! Thank you so much for the raid! Hi, Raiders. My name is Faust. We're slaying the Spire II today. What were you up to? You're playing The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt? Do you like it? Do you like it? I don't really know anything about The Witcher. I know the slutty little toss a coin to your Witcher song, and that is the only thing I know about it. But I hope your stream was so good. Thank you for the raid. The hunt is indeed wild. Oh wow. Like, is that a good thing? Is that a good thing? Oh my god, hi Asu, it's so good to see you. Work, save me. Oh, sigh. Me when my strongest soldier has to go to work instead of calling in sick. This is so messed up. Wait, is this good? When you create a card, gain 3 block. Does that synergize nicely with this? Does transforming count as creating a card, or is that like a different adjective? OMG, hi, I'm here for the first time today. OMG, hi, nice to meet you. My name is Voss. Also, kind of interesting how in the run where I'm trying to do stars, they're not really giving me the star cards. They're giving me the Sovereign Blade cards. I just want to see if this synergizes. If it doesn't, then it's kind of cooked. But, you know, I guess you gotta try things to learn things. Okay. And then look. Smack him. Oh, if I didn't defend, I probably could have just killed him. Whoops. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is so chill. Oh my god, Ella, it's so good to see you. Welcome in. Okay. Okay, surely this works the way I want it to. Oh my god, it does! Sheesh! Look, and then I can block all the damage. God, I'm so good at card games. I'm so smart. And then look. Ew, I don't like that oil comes out of it. Kind of gross. Kind of gross. Wait, what is this? Colorless. Okay, got it. Deal 8 damage, gain 2 energy. Put this card in the top of your draw pile. Wait, no, these are stars, not energy. Sorry. I think that's good. How's the reach it? Because I'm gonna be honest with you. It's fun, but I'm I'm kind of booty cheeks at it. I was trying to do like a sword build with the I don't have any. With the like I don't know, the blades. And that wasn't working. So I'm trying to do a star build. I don't think it's working either. It's okay. It's okay, I'm learning. This hand is kind of gross. Is this the Regent's hand? Why's he got those grippers? Why's he got 4 fingers? Sorry, anyway. A doorway existed where none existed moments before. You enter to find 2 shimmering doorways and a well-dressed doorman. Finally, a visitor. Please, choose a door, any door. Oh, maybe this is the doorman's hand. I would not shake it. Are we still in the Spire? How's this place so clean? Light or dark? Ooh, I like removing stuff. Get rid of this strike. I don't need it. Relatable. Oh, you like the Ironclad, right? Is that one your favorite? I don't know. I think Ironclads is really hard. Into the darkness. You see nothing. But this helps you think. You shed pointless thoughts. You're back in the underdogs. How did you... Huh? You let the doorman hold your coconut. I don't know. What if his long nails kind of like poke into it? And then your coconut is like kind of scratched up. I don't know. I would not let the doorman hold my coconut. Seems a bit too rough. 4 block. We need strikes plus. What do I upgrade? It reminds you that just choose a door. Your fate in the next 28 hours will be decided by the door you choose. I have never... Wait, I've never seen that before. That sounds kind of fun. I like choosing doors. I like the Instagram reels where it's like choose a door, or like choose a key, or choose a little trinket, and then you like swipe to see what your fate is based on what you chose. Oh, never mind. No, speak your truth. Speak your truth. We don't have to. We don't have to treat our coconuts the exact same. Maybe if I'm putting this on the top, if I'm drawing this every turn, maybe it's better to have this one upgraded. Sigh. Oh. Kyrie. This is not good gambling. Tastes better than key. What? Are you putting keys in your mouth? Ow. Man, I do like bread. Okay, we make them weak. We defend. And we do that. I think that's quite nice, because if you draw it every turn, then you generate a lot of stars. I think I'm learning a build. Wait, what is this? Suck? Ah, hell nah. Raise your hand if you have the suck keyword. Whenever Fossil Stalker deals unblocked attack damage, gains 3 strength. Okay. Okay. No, I don't want my coconut to be scratched up with nails. That's a good point. Much to think about. Tell me at least one good gambling. Well, you kind of have been gambling good. Oh my god, what is blessing my ears right now? Sheesh. Okay, look. 11 damage, and then sheesh, he's dead. Give it an egg? I know you mean, like, to suck on.
Exclamation point Gamby.
Okay. I like the way he says Gamby. I don't know what I was saying. Whenever you play a card this turn, gain 1 strength this turn. Am I playing a lot of cards? Minion strikes are free, so I feel like that would kind of be good. Maybe. Deals 6 damage, deals 2 additional damage for all your cards that have a star cost. Wait, that's probably good if I'm doing that. Okay, let's go to Elite. I'm feeling strong. Skulking. Gamble 0213? 0213? Why'd you put a 0 in there? Your mind works in mysterious ways, huh? Hardened Shell. Skulking Connie cannot lose more than 20 HP each turn. I didn't even know that. I really am not reading anything, huh? Whoops. Rose lost 213 Fox points. And now oh, you have quite a lot. I didn't know you had that dog in you. Do I need block? Maybe block would be nice. Oh, there's nothing in my draw pile. Okay. That's awesome. Shadow gambled in binary code? I didn't know that was a strategy. You roll up to the casino and just start making them do, like, little riddles. Can I do this? Youch! Ugh. Use transitors instead? What is a transitor? Gamble all? You didn't even use a transitor. Sigh. Maybe one day you'll be good at gambling. Wait, so it can only take 9 more damage. So I can't even kill him this turn. Okay. Okay, that's awesome. Maybe this will give me block. Okay, maybe this will give me... okay. Not getting nothing. What is that? Okay, whatever, you're dead as hell. You're dead as hell and I don't want to see you anymore. Next turn, put 2 cards from your draw pile into your hand. Gain 7 block? I could just replace this with a block card and it'd make my little spear be more expensive, maybe. Do you think I need to heal if I'm on half health? I feel like I don't. I feel like I just don't want to be doing that. Ooh, gain 10 block. Yippee! What's inside? On the start of your 3rd turn, gain 3 energy. Yo! Look at all these energy cards. I think that's nice. Do I want to go to a merchant? I think I do. I'll go this way. Maybe I do need to rest. I don't know. It'd be a little bit unfortunate to die to this elite. Oh, I don't like these even a little bit. Okay. Okay. I think it's better to target one at a time. Maybe just going in order is chill. That won't break the block though. Sigh. Gamble. Oh, you lost. Oh, you both lost. Uh-oh. My poor little Gambies. Ah, what do y'all know about Childish Gambino? Oh, we can weaken this one. Swag. Can I kill it? I feel like I can probably kill it. Sheesh. Okay. Weak. 8. Okay, so I only take 3. Why is everybody losing? Stream Elements is like extra rigged today, I guess. Gambi all. Awa. You gotta be bolder than that. You gotta graduate from Gambi to Gamble. One of these days. One of these days, surely. Can I kill this? Oh my god, I can! Sheesh. I play my whole hand. Oh, I guess this is turn 3. Swag. Please don't. Not bold at all. It's like you don't even know me. I know. That's why I'm giving you a push. I'm giving you a push in the boldness direction. Wouldn't it be so awesome Look, see, you won. You won 1 single point. But what if you won all of your points? Sheesh. Wouldn't that feel so good? Wouldn't that be so swag? I like the pillar creation. I like that a lot. Oh. Oh. Rose, you just stay losing, huh? What is this emote? What is he biting? Does he just have like a piece of paper to bite whenever he is feeling angry? Keyboard? Is he biting keyboard? It's so thin. Thin bizzle. I don't think I could... My keyboard is really thick. I don't think I could hold it with one hand like that. And bite it. I'd have to two-hand mine. I will lose and then you would call me Ozzy? Ozzy? But why would I call you Ozzy? Ozzy? Ozzy. Ozzy. Cozy? Look at this. Gimbal. I'm looking. I'm looking. Perceiving. Interesting. Deal 30 damage if this kills an enemy, gain 5 stars. Wait, that sounds so fun. Draw a card, gain energy, gain a star, forge 5. And it's free? The only problem with forging is I have nothing to like make it bigger. So I just have a 2-cost deal 15 damage. But I guess it is free. I don't know, which one is better? Ozymandias? Oh. Wait, I didn't know you were chill like that. I didn't know you had a nickname for him. That's cute. You don't want to be called Ozzy? You don't want a little nickname? Right your eyes. I will not. I'm staring. I'm staring at your failures. Oh my god, why is everybody losing? Okay, check this out. Check this out. Surely I win this one. Ah, see? Awesome. I don't know where I got so many points from. Swag. I guess this costs 3. And the chances of there being multiple enemies and I have a turn to just spend all my energy is kind of low. Maybe Big Bang is better. Look at this lucky fish. He's so bald. And his hand is so floppy. But he's still kind of cute. I don't know. Bald and floppy, but like in a cute way. This or that. Arms suddenly jut out from a nearby hole, clutching a suspicious bag of riches in a clearly cursed relic. This or that, a scratched-up voice whispers from real low. I don't know. If arms are jutting out, I'm probably not touching them. Add a clumsy to your deck. Obtain a random relic. I do like relics. I like money too, though. Huge. Oh my god, huge. You're going crazy. Sheesh. Surely clumsy isn't that bad. And then I can transform it with charge. So it's like not even that big of a deal. You grab the cursed relic. As soon as you grab it, shackles materialize on your wrists. You hear a ghostly laughter, and a bright plume of fire fills your vision. The hole and arms are gone. Might be statue. Okay, I guess I'm potion pilled. The Upsies card? You're right. I didn't notice it was a banana. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, sewer clam. I feel like I should defend. Oh, I have Lantern, so I can defend and then also do what I want to do. Man, I love having energy. It's so awesome. Job. Okay. Does creating a card... Does Sovereign Braid count? Oh my god, it does! That's kinda nice. Oh, Clumsy is not in my job pile. That's fine. Oh, I should have made it vulnerable first. It's fine. It's fine, it's not doing damage, so it, like, doesn't matter. Cloak of Stars. Can I kill him? I can kill him! Sewer clam. Venusaur, draw 2 cards. I don't really... I don't think I want this. Any of this. Oh wait, I like I like this little ugly mushroom. Deal 10 damage, draw a card. Put 1 card from your hands on the top of your draw pile. Yeah, no thank you. Waha. Okay, we remove Clumsy. Easy, we don't need that. Vitruvian Minion. Cards containing minion deal double damage and gain double block. Wait, but this makes minions, right? Deal double damage, so they do 14. I didn't know there were other minion cards. Hold on, let me see what these cards are. These are mostly Sovereign Blades. There's Child of the Stars. I don't know if I need this as well as Pillar of Creation, though. They kind of do the same thing. Okay, I'll try the minion thing. Let's see what that's all about. Do I sleep? I don't really want to sleep. I think maybe upgrading my minion strikes. And then it'll proc with this too. I think that's probably the best move. Hi, Jane Stretch. Oh my goodness, thank you, Kyrie. That's so sweet. Oh. She's leaky. I've never seen this before. Ugh. Oh my goodness. Yippee yippee. This enemy intends to use a buff. I have no idea what it even does. Guess we'll find out. Steam Eruption. When killed, deals 15 damage at the end of your next turn. But if it's killed, then the combat ends, right? I think I'm gonna save the Big Bang for when I have Pillar of Creation, maybe. I don't wanna use all my resources. Swag. Yippee! It's buffing its Steam Eruption? Is this like you kill it and then once it's dead it kills you too? So you gotta like make sure that doesn't happen? Interesting. It's kind of cute. I like its big ol' legs. Oh, 20 damage swag. Ancient Spear. My goodness. Go in Loki sicko mode. How much do you heal? 15? Like, this is kind of, like, bad, actually. If it does 20 damage and then it does 24 damage after that, and I'm, like, low-key almost cooked. Almost, but not quite. I should have used my strength potion. Womp. It's not my business, though. Let it be a leaky waterfall monster. It's kind of quivering as well. There's a lot of quiverers in this game, huh? Oh, I should have vulnerabled it first. Wow, that's unfortunate. It's okay. Didn't even need it. Anyway, what's stopping you from being a leaky waterfall monster? I think you should live your dreams. Hey, look, it's dead. Oh, does it have multiple phases? It's gonna do 30 damage to me. Yikes. I don't really know what to do about that. Like, do I have to fight it again? It's not taking damage. Like, it doesn't kill me, so at least there's that. Quivering flap. I would not call this a flap. I bet that sounds crazy, because it's like the rocks are thudding against each other. 30. This creature is trying to take you down with it. It'll attack you for 30 damage before being destroyed. Well... Watch this. Watch this. Suck an egg. I'm chilling. I'm chilling. It probably sounds pretty. I wish I had 2 rocks to like bang against each other, and then you could tell me how pretty it sounds. I only have 1 rock, and it's low-key in my living room. I don't know where I got it from. I think I went to a concert. Maybe it was from a hike. I don't know. I went somewhere, and I was like, yippee, a rock. This will be such a good memory of this event. But then I forgot what event it was from. But anyway, it's on my windowsill now. In case you're wondering. The end of combat gain 30 gold. Is this awesome? Transform any number of cards in your hand into minion sacrifice. Wait, that goes good with this. Wait, are these the minions? Like the little crabs? I didn't even realize that's what this was. Oh. I don't know which one. I like money. But I like this too. I'll try minions. Gotta show my little guys I appreciate them. Yo! This thing is ugly. Look at its mouth. Oh, I don't really like that at all. I really like put a little mask over it. I don't really want to see that. That doesn't even cover it up all the way. Why are you so ugly? I mean, you would eat it? This crab? It looks like it has screws. Like, are these not metal parts? Are you eating the metal? That's kind of awesome. Okay. I would like to go to a merchant. I'd like to go to this merchant, maybe. What is this? Ugh, Darv again. Sorry. I like Darv, but I like the dragon the best. The weird, like, smooth, white, bald one. I like his flesh. You can no longer gain gold. Gain energy at the start of each turn. Move 2 cards from your deck. Obtain the Sealed Throne Plus. Innate. Whenever you play a card, gain Star. Wait! That's so good for me, I think. I need a card that's like deal damage based off the amount of stars you currently are holding. I don't know if there's anything like that, but I think that would be awesome. No block whatsoever. Man, it's like I took the block out of my deck and now I'm mad that I don't have it. Swag. Okay. Maybe the middle one first. Surely he's dead next turn. And I don't have to deal with it that much. Strength. Wow, I really like the minions. Look, they're so helpful. That's so cute. Okay, that one's dead. I have so much energy. Sheesh. Okay. Okay, and then we do Big Bang. Oh, slay. Get down, Mr. President. Oh, that's so real. They're such good little minions. Oh, I don't need that. Oh, yeah. I didn't even know there was a build for them. Beetlejuice. Enemies attack deal 30% less damage for the next 4 turns. That's so nice. I think that's better than dexterity. Ooh. Okay. Deal 3 damage to all enemies for each star gained this turn. Okay. I think that's like the kind of thing I was looking for. Swag. Do I go for these question marks? Or just regular style enemies? I feel like I've already got a build, so I don't really need more cards. We'll go this way. Don't say that 3 times in a row. Beetlejuice? I've never seen Beetlejuice. Is it good? I don't know. What if you're like lonely? What if you're lonely and you just want a mischievous little buddy? Then I feel like it's probably good to say his name. I could try for the key again. And this time I don't think it'd be that bad because I can transform stuff. So I'm gonna fight for it. I'm gonna fight for it, and surely it's helpful. What? At the end of the act, you will fight Kaiser Crab? Oh, is that telling me what this is? The Kaiser Crab is so ugly. I really don't like him. Okay, okay, check this out. Bam! And we make him weak. Ah! Oh, wait, we don't make him weak. We block. We block, and then we spear. Ugh. And then we strike. And then we make him weak. Sheesh. Still take damage, though. Hello, Carrot. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. How's it going? What the key does? I don't know. I got it my last run. It, like, puts a card in your hand. And it says, like, oh, this will be important in the next act. But I died last run before I could even use it. So that's a little cooked. But I don't think I'll die this time. Surely, hopefully. Surely, hopefully. I haven't even seen it yet, though. Crab hold my coconut? What if he eats it? Don't crabs eat coconuts? What kind of animal eats a coconut? Because they're so hard, right? It's gotta be something that can really get in there. And I'm gonna be honest, I can't imagine that many animals being able to get in there. But I feel like a crab could. Surely a crab could, like, slam the coconut. Or, like, pinch it or something. I don't know. I don't know. I just know it's ugly, though. Man, I wish I had some attacks. So that's okay. Surely later. Oh, Kyrie, why are you crying? Why are you sad? 18 times 2. Sheesh, I'm crying and sad too. Can I make him vulnerable? I don't think I can. Well, maybe I can draw a card. No, that did not help. This? Nope, that's nothing. This? Nope. Could block. Hits 8 times. 8 times 3. I feel like radiate is really quite nice. 12 times 3? Does that kill it? I think it does. Shit! Crab is not allowed to pinch my coconut. What? You're giving the crab like a tasty little snack? And then you're like, you can't eat it actually. You can't eat it. Ooh, hidden cache. That would go crazy for radiate, I think. But yeah, this is the lantern key. You can't play it. But I like the idea of a special event. So I'm gonna figure out what that is. Carrot package. Thank you. Wow. Monkeys? Do the monkeys just like throw it off a cliff? Or can they like rip it with their hands? I don't know. I didn't know monkeys were jacked like that. Elephants, coconut crabs, and rats. I guess I heard of coconut crabs. And rat makes sense because they've got the big teeth. Elephant makes sense, but I cannot imagine a situation where an elephant is by a coconut tree. I always imagine elephants like in the savannah. Like a Lion King situation, not like a tropical situation. Much to think about. I said hold, not eat. I don't know. Isn't that a little bit cruel? Isn't that a little bit cruel to be like, alright, you can hold this bowl of honeycombs. I'm gonna let you hold it. You know, I just feel like they should have a little bite. Okay, taking a little damage, but it's not so bad. Okay. Okay. Gaining stars, we're getting stars. 7 times 3, oh. 8 times 3. Gonna be pretty unhealthy. Oh, yeah. I wish I could have got him before he tunneled, but that's okay. I want hidden catch and then I want radiate next turn, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Why do I have so much energy? Chandelier, and then what else did I play? I don't even know. It's fine. Sacrifice those minions. Die for me, little crabs. He's so dead. Oh, I forgot I have the white bee statue. I should be using my potions. Whoopsie. This is what I needed last run. It's okay. Draw 3 cards. Put 1 card from your hand on top of your draw pile. Yeah, I'm good. I think my deck is genuinely pretty good right now. I don't think I need to add very much. Yo, this is a beautiful little thing. Obscura. Kind of weird, but I don't know. I like it. I like its haunches. Okay. Sealed Throne. Oh. Paraphrite. And it's an illusion. So you don't really have to kill it because it'll keep coming back. So maybe we just ignore that little guy. Lantern key. Do not want that. Oh well. I like the way it attacks. Oh, does it smack with its haunch? Interesting. That's beautiful, but the crab is ugly. I don't understand. Okay, let me help you understand. Look at its mouth. I really, in general, don't like mouths that are shaped like this. Like vertical mouths kind of are horrible. But then it also has like lips and little teeny tiny teeth. And then its eyes are like looking two completely different directions. Like, I don't know. It looks stupid and ugly. And I just really don't like. And like, look at these weird little bumps on its skin. It's just so. We just don't really need to see that. And then, like, look, this looks like a butt cheek. No, I don't like it at all. Get this out of here. But this, I could see how you, like, maybe wouldn't like these orbs. They do kind of look like eggs. But I don't know. I think the really pale blue with the, like, cream color, like, it's very aesthetically pleasing. And I don't know. I don't know. It's like got this little like glowing thing on his head. I think that's kind of awesome. Surely that's a lotus cheek. Yeah, but lotus cheek is bad. Lotus cheeks are bad things. If you say something's lotus cheeks, that means like it's booty, you know? Also, why would it be a single cheek? That's kind of funny. Oh my god, vulnerable. And then minion strike, sheesh. And then, oh yeah. I didn't like the way it flopped over, but you know, it's fine. Forge 30. Oh my god, Forge 30, that's so good. I'm not going Forge though. I guess I do make a Sovereign Blade with Big Bang. But is it really worth it? To deal 30 extra damage one time? Well, maybe it's not one time. I guess the Sovereign Blade does get cycled back into your hand. I'll tentatively take it. And I might regret being split built, but you know, we'll see. Oh. Remove Pillar of Creation. I guess I don't really need Pillar of Creation because I have guards that just do better blocking. It's fine, I didn't need it. I hate bridges. Oh, that's not real. I love bridges. I think bridges are so nice. Okay. We're going shopping. We're going this way. Are we smart or are we greedy? I'm thinking we're greedy. For 40, we can make the minions bigger. Ooh, just kidding. Radiate being bigger is probably better. Haha. Bowler hat gains 20 additional gold. Sparkling Rouge at the start of your third turn. Gain 1 strength and 1 dexterity. Retain your hand on the first turn of combat. No. Do I want lipstick or do I want to remove a card? What would I remove? Honestly, removing cards isn't even as important anymore because I have charge and I have guards. So I kind of need some random stuff, some random baloney to transform anyway. But maybe Sparkling Rouge is where it's at. Okay. For every 5 cards in your deck, heal 3 HP whenever you enter a rest site. Oh, that's kind of nice. And then you can go to the rest site and not even have to heal. Because it just does a little for you. Since when we have Eggy? Oh. My friend Splingus made it for me. Here. I can put one on the screen too. Do you like it? Do you like it? Oh my god, and then I also have this watermark. Sheesh. Are you feeling stimulated? Random baloney. Yeah, I need random baloney. Like strikes and defends, that's kind of random baloney. He's any Eggman? No, shh. Shh, don't say that. He was here the whole time. He's here the whole time. Don't even worry. Okay, I kind of want to go to this elite. Is that greedy? Do I need to heal for an elite? I feel like I don't have to. Smith. Crescent Spear. Maybe that's good. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, hold on. I need to change my playlist. I'm in more of a K-pop sort of vibe. Sorry, 1 sec. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. There we go. Another high key elite. Lovely. See, like, this is the random baloney that we need to get rid of. I need some block, Loki. Nine times 4? Will that give me not... Okay. Okay, I consider that would just put 9 days in my draw pile. That kind of sucks. Oh well, I've got a block potion. Do I use Beetlejuice? I don't know if I need to. I'll see if I can tough it out. Surely I can tough it out. Increase the days. Don't dance to that. I don't want days. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't draw a single days. God, I'm just so good at this game. I'm just so good at card games. Okay, check this out. Sheesh. 18. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty chill, I think. Days. What a good song. Ah, what a good song. I think that's a Crash Your Car sort of song. Maybe. What is going on in this picture? Is this like a little guy with his arms up, like swirling around? Or is this a head and these are horns? Oh, maybe it's a head, because it's like he hit his head and he's dazed. 19 stars. Sheesh. Okay. Okay, swag. I think he's dead. He's dead as a... Yippee! First time you lose HP, each combat draw 3 cards. Yippee! I don't want any of that. I'll go here. We'll get healed. What if I go to another elite? I'm feeling greedy. I'm feeling nice and greedy. Oh, I could make Big Bang a Nate. I guess there's no reason not to. I don't know if Big Bang or Smith is better. Maybe Big Bang. Oh, lovely. Look, and then my radiate's gonna go crazy sicko mode. Well, it's not gonna go that sicko mode, because I think the exoskeletons are gonna mess it up. But it's still pretty nice. Or maybe it's 4 at a time, so maybe they're all just like dead. Oh, okay. I love being strong. Fill all your empty potion slots with random potions. Sheesh. No thank you. Oh, battery low. Hold on, I gotta plug my headset in. Okay. Oh, better. 22. Oh, this is an elite, huh? Battery critical. Kinda real. 10 block. Unlockers. Wait, what is this? The first time in Fez Prism takes attack damage each turn, the attacker gains energy. Oh, that's helpful. What if I just use my block potion? Because I'm so potion pilled. I don't really need to save it for anything. Okay. Swag. Hey, thank you. Thanks, I guess. Hiya, Kaya. How's it going? Are you slaying the spire? I am. I am. I think I'm doing kind of okay at this guy. I could not get the Sovereign Blade build to work for me, but the Star build is kind of going crazy. So that's kind of neat. Who's your favorite? I haven't played everyone yet. I've only played this one and the Silent, and I did one single run on the Ironclad. I'm excited to try the Skull Girl. I don't know her name. I have a sneaking suspicion I will like her a lot. You're doing so much better than me and Zora. Come here, let me carry you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a card gamer. Don't look at this damage though. That's a little unfortunate. Starblade to me feels more useful with multiplayer. Oh. Is it easier with multiplayer? I think that makes sense. Haha, Oh. Yikers. It's okay, you scale. Don't even worry. Necrobinder, yeah, I wanna try her out. I like little guys. I've kind of got little guys here. Look, I got minions that'll die for me. Like, look at this. This is so optimal. Vulnerable Ironclad fucking slaps. I'm an Ironclad main. I think Ironclad is hard. I don't know. I feel like Ironclad, you do a lot of like blocking and healing, and I'm just not into that. I'm just not into that. Okay, wait. This radiate's gonna go crazy. Are you ready? Are you ready? Multiplayer just covers the weakness of Starblade. I think solo you either need a small deck or a lot of draw. Ooh, I love having a small deck. Okay, check this out. That was cool, right? That was cool, right? Sheesh. You don't heal, you stab. Big numbers. Really? But his whole relic is like, heal yourself. And I don't know. I think that's kind of lame. Uncut is the easiest? Really? Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of like Slay the Spire 1. Maybe it's a little different in this one. I only like played it one time on this one. But I don't know. I think he's difficult. I think this silent is a lot easier. And like the builds feel more cohesive. So I'm finally awake. You said good morning to me. Better go. I had no energy to type. Oh my god, you're fine. Don't even worry. Oh my god, Royal Gamble. Sheesh. Where my little Game Boy's at? Very cool, thank you. Then it's pregnant. Okay. What? Ironclad is pregnant? Wow, congratulations to all my Ironclad mains. Congratulations. Just healing after combat? Yeah, but I'd rather have some goofy stuff. Do you reckon I have to heal? What if I don't do that? Retain. Minion sacrifice plus. Maybe resting is better. For Regent, I prefer Star build rather than Star Sword. That makes sense. That makes sense. Kaya's pregnant, main. Sheesh. Congratulations. Oh. Ew! This is disgusting. I don't like this at all. Oh, thank you. Regent and not pregnant. Actually, Necromancer might be easier than Regent. Necrobinder. I don't know, I've never tried the Necrobinder. Oh, this is like the little sword guys at the end of the first game, maybe. When an ally dies, Rocket? Oh. Rocket and Crusher. Rocket gains 5 strength and 99 block. It's the same for this one. Okay. Tasty, tasty crab. It looks foul. I really don't like it. I don't like vertical mouths. Why is she so mean to crabs? It's not that it's a crab. It's that its mouth is nasty. And look, it's bumpy. Yuckers. I see. Yokobinder is so scuffed for me, but it's my favorite. Do you do Doom stuff or do you do the little hand stuff? That's me with Silent, at least for first game. Really? I don't know. I feel like silent makes sense to me. I think poison and shivs are a little bit intuitive for me. Oh, I should have drank my potion. It's fine, I didn't need it. Doom is the build? Aw, really? Okay. I don't know. To me, Doom feels like worse poison. Why play Necrobinder Doom when you could play... Well, you could play Silent Poison. Just from what I've observed. I've never actually done a Doom build, but I've watched other people do it, and it's like, man, you could be having so much more fun if you're playing a different character. I've done all 4 of the builds, so each time I go for a build, it gives me other stuff? Oh. You're just kinda unlucky, huh? Doom is pretty awesome, but it packs at the end of the turn, right? So you, like, get hit anyway. Poison would never. Poison would never do that to me. Doom's kinda worse poison, but it stacks a lot faster. But have you considered the power card where your poison procs an additional time? Sheesh! Sheesh! Oh wow, that hurts. If we just start drinking random stuff. Enemy loses 9 HP at the end of each of its turns. Okay. Go crazy. Go crazy, ah, go stupid, ah. But Doom, you just play Doom, Summon, and Block. I see. I'll have to try it. I'll have to try it. I never have. You winning? Hi! I am winning! I think I got a pretty okay build going on. I don't really like this crab, though. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep, looking good. If the stars align, you can get Doom to already be like more than half their HP. Have you considered the Doom card where it just kills them if they have enough Doom? I guess that makes sense. I'm considering it. I have seen that one. But you like have to have it in your hand. I don't know. I'm just saying, poison kinda crazy. Poison kinda sicko mode. Have you considered that? Have you considered sicko mode? Sheesh! Okay, hold on. Thinking. 7 times 6? Is that 42? 42? And this would make it 49. And this would make it 56. Not quite. Not quite, but still good. If you get it early in the run, it's an instability to a lot of early monsters. I'm hearing a lot of ifs when you could just be poisoning. Have you considered poison looks like boogers and Doom is purple? OMG cooking. Have you considered that you're just a big baby? Oh my god, he's like so dead. Why is this like wiggling? Okay, so he'll get 99 block. That kinda sucks. I don't like that he's shivering like that. I felt like the Sea Master when I wrote that. I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did. That's lovely. 5 strength. So it'll do 29. It'll do 29 and it'll still have 115. Which kinda sucks. But like it could be worse. Oh, but it'll be attacking me from behind. So that might be kind of bad, actually. Maybe it is better to keep him alive. Oh, he's vulnerable. Wait, that's kind of awesome. So it's just a hater? Blah. No, I'm not a hater. I'm not a hater, I'm just picky. Is this your second run as Regent now? I think it's my third one. I tried 2 runs where I did Sovereign Blade, and it didn't work, so I pivoted. I pivoted Star Style. Squeak! Okay, hold on. Monzi's behind my bagel plate. What does Monsley have to say about it? Alright. You wanna hear what my sock monkey has to say? Alright, listen up. Pretty freaking cool, huh? I think he agreed with me. Oh my god, Radiate mention. Okay. Oh, I wish I had draw cards. But it's okay. It'll still be nice. Why is he sleeping? Interesting. I saw you die and then I had to go run to the store. What'd you get at the store? Did you get a snack? Did you get an Oreo cake stir? Aw, I really like licking the screen emotes. Let's go crazy. Okay, check this out. Sheesh! Dead as hell. Did he speak? Yeah. Did you not hear him? Did it not pick up? I know it doesn't pick up on Discord, but I think usually it picks up on stream. Glurp! Yo! I don't want any of this. I guess this exhausts, so it's fine. You'd definitely say that Doom is amazing. You think so? I think Mansley would be... I think he'd be a defect player. Do I go to this? Also, I hate this guy. Where's my little dragon at? Maybe I don't. Maybe I go to this one. Okay. Truly, I just got the pink Red Bull and some house essentials. Yo! Is the pink Red Bull good? A being from the stars within these accursed walls. Do you know of me? Yes, I think we can help each other. Shit! A baddie. Boss is just a hater? Nah. I did this one time and Vaku does not play very nicely. He kinda sucks. It's funny though. When you counter the merchant, immediately obtain everything he sells? That's horrible. But what if it's funny? But like the relics, getting all 3 relics, like that's never a bad thing. Getting 6 cards is kind of sucky. But what if I get all those cards and then I transform them? Umbrella Yippee? Alright, I'm convinced. The Yippee... the Yippee spelled correctly convinced me. Wait, maybe I should go to as many merchants as possible then. Oh, I can only go to 1. They're split. They're split. Okay, whatever. I think it has rosy floral taste to it and I like that. You like eating flowers? That sounds nice. Cakesters cutely? Chili. My bad, my bad. Yippee. 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 That's so ugly. I do enjoy a good
Yip
flower.
pie, yip pie,
Oh!
yip pie. Pie is better than pea.
Okay. I'm not arguing the last part. It just looks stupid if you spell it yipai. Why are you saying yipai? I think I enjoy a good flower. Do you ever like, get a dessert and it comes with a pansy on top? Like as a garnish. I like eating those. Like it doesn't really taste like anything, but I think it is pretty fun to eat. Or I don't know if it's like all over the world or if it's just in like the United States. But there's a weed called henbit that's like kind of like a little stalk with like little purple like tubes. You can pick the purple tubes and bite the bottom of it. It's like a sweet treat. That goes crazy. Oh, and honeysuckle. If you pull out the stamens of a honeysuckle, you can lick those as well. I'm really interested in edible flowers. You can also eat dandelion leaves. But the yellow part might be edible, but it's not very good. I wouldn't recommend that one. Mm-hmm. 4 times 11. Sheesh. 4 times 15, even better. Same. I was told one time at a very fancy restaurant that the flowers served with the food have to be edible and are meant to be eaten. And I took that advice literally. So now I always eat the flowers that are garnished at any restaurant. As you should. As you should. Oh my god, or like those fancy desserts with like the flower. It's so good. It's so good. I love eating flowers. Oh, this guy's just dead. Sucks to be that guy. Oh, I keep forgetting about the potion thing. Whoopsie. I don't want any of that. Wait, what is this? Add debris to your hand? Oh, no thank you. Oh, no thank you. Okay. A lot of drinks come with flowers on them too. I don't know if that's always meant to be eaten, but I do. Oh. I feel like most of the time garnish isn't inedible. Like, why would you put something on food or like a drink if you couldn't eat it? Like, maybe you're not supposed to eat it and it doesn't taste that good, but like, surely you can. I guess it's unless it's like a candle on a cake. But other than that, I think you can probably eat most things. I will say, I feel like I've seen drinks that had like pine, like a little bit of like pine needles in them. I don't know if pine needles are edible. That might be kind of that might be kind of sus. Oh, wait! Look at this little goober, a war historian, Reppy. An academic is trapped in a hanging cage next to a treasure chest. The academic is muttering about one-time use keys while furiously writing something. Looks like you can unlock the cage or the chest. Oh, this is what my lantern key is for. At the start of your turn, play a copy of your last played attack or skill. Ooh, okay. Or produce 2 random potions of 2 random relics. Oh, I'm potioned up, and I don't think I need 2 relics. I'll take history course. That seems really good. Reppy bows in appreciation. Oh, sorry, bows in appreciation as you open the cage. He hands you a thick leather tome. Those who know not of history are doomed to repeat it. But you seem to know a thing or two about repeats, don't you? Yeah, pretty cool. Pine needle tea is something people do, right? I feel like I've seen that. I don't know. I'm not very well versed on tea. I feel like people would do that though. I feel like people make tea out of anything. Wow, how are we feeling about this turret operator? What an interesting little fella. Oh my god, double Big Bang. Sheesh. Wow, and now my Sovereign Blade does 50. Can I kill him? I can! Lovely. Oh. my history course is just playing defend. Well, that's fine. I gotta really think about that. Oh, I didn't know he died that turn. Wow, the Radiate kind of is insane. Quite like Radiate. I think if you play 5 or more cards in a turn, draw 1 card at the start of your next turn. I just don't think I need that at this point. I think I'm ballin'. There's a great card that repeats a card for free. Using it on that 34th card is so gross. Oh. I guess if I play the Smith at the end of my turn, it'll do that as well. I didn't think about that. Whoa! Sam, thank you so much for the sub! Yippee, yippee, yippee! Yippee, yippee, yippee! Thank you! 10 months, huh? 10 months and this fox still got me coming back for more. That's so lovely, thank you! I had a dream last night. Well, I had a dream that I was in my childhood home. Like, with my mom and my sister. But it wasn't like me as a child, it was like present day. Because I was streaming on my laptop in my childhood bedroom. And I was like, guys, I'm on my laptop. Like, I don't have I don't have any games downloaded, but I want to hang out with you guys. And I think it was Tam. Tam was definitely in the dream. I don't know, there's a lot of random people in the dream. But someone was like, "Oh, you could rewatch Epic the Musical." And then since like you've seen it before, you'll maybe like pick up on other stuff. And I was like, "Okay." And so it was just a pleasant dream about streaming in my childhood home, watching Epic the Musical, and then I fell asleep. I fell asleep on stream. I think that was nice. It sounds like something I'd say. You're like, yeah, I actually did want to watch Epic for the 19th time. That's kind of based. Plus, I got a wicked idea. Man, I do kind of want to watch it again. Because I feel like knowing how it ends, maybe you can pick up on more like foreshadowing and stuff, and things will hit harder. But I don't know if that would be like something to stream. Because I feel like I already reacted to it, right? So I don't know if I'd have anything crazy to say. It was a good dream, though. This is a frog? I guess it's a frog. This frog is very bean-shaped. Okay. I think... Well... Maybe I drink strength potion and then smack him. Maybe like a Discord thing for just a chill hangout and yap. Oh wait, that would be kind of cute. I've never streamed on anything on Discord and like not had my mic muted. But I think maybe that would be a fun time. Can I radiate him until he's dead? I feel like I can. No, I can't. But I can get kind of close. 6 times 12. Man, if only he was vulnerable. I could update the playlist so it doesn't have that goofy last cinematic in it. Goofy last cinematic. I don't remember any of them being goofy. What was goofy about it? Oh shoot, I didn't know that'd go twice. I am not paying attention to my history course, huh? Skill potion, sheesh. I don't think I need another radiate. I think I'm balling. Okay. I could go to this one. But then I'm just going into the boss with all this garbage from the thing. I don't know if that's better or worse. I don't know. We'll go this way. 3 hours care package, go! Sheesh! Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ah. Yippee! I was sort of trying to be Disney-esque, but the expressions kept doing these weird smiles for no reason. Wait, I kind of want to watch that. I kind of want to see that. Maybe not for like, I don't mean for like a watch along. I mean like right now. I kind of want to see that. Maybe after I kill this boss, we watch a music video as a little treat. This guy's dead as hell. Bleh. Okay. Along your travels, you you stumble upon a dark, amorphous polyp. You can sense that it's very old and very evil. Very old and very evil. It's an interesting thing to be able to sense. Approach. Enchant attack with corrupted. Deal 50% more damage to at least 2 HP. Or transform. 2 HP is nothing. Give me some damage. 50%. So this would be 6 instead of 4. I think since this like targets a lot, that's probably the best. I'll send you it if you like. Yeah! Yes, 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 yes. This is a good plan. It suddenly jumps onto you. You feel a searing pain as it latches onto your arm, but in an instant it is gone. Where did it go? I'm gonna do this to you, chat. It'll latch onto your arm and then disappear. I'm in your skin, I'm in your skin. Oh, yeah. Choose a card to... Wait, what am I enchanting? Increase this card's attack damage by 5 this combat when played. Oh... Man, I think that would have gone a lot better on... whatever I have. My... Radiate. I guess you can't double enchant. Huh. Oh, maybe Shining Strike, because it goes on top of my drop pile, so I'll just be able to play it infinitely. Oh my god, this is so swag. Choose a card and remove. Okay, what garbage did I get? Guiding Star. Deal tilt damage. Next turn, draw 2 cards. Another Crescent Spear. Glitter Stream. A third Big Bang. Okay. We spend this into... Okay, fine. All of this is low-key fine. Mayhem? At the start of your turn, play the top card of your draw pile. Low-key, none of this is bad. Maybe not Panic Button. I don't want to not be able to gain block. Get that out of here. Bow, bow, bow. All enemies lose 7 strength, I think is good. And I have Fairy in a bottle, so like low-key I got an extra life. So I think I'm balling like crazy. Latching! Yeah, that's kind of real. Upon pickup, upgrade 2 random attacks. Wow. Oh wait. The shop was just a treasure room. I'm gonna have to go to another shop and pick up more garbage. Oh, but there's a gambling chip, so I feel like that makes the garbage worth it. Because I can just discard what I don't need. This is kind of awesome. I think I'm the best Slay the Spire player that has ever lived, actually. Oh, I wish I could make that an 8. I can make another big bang at 8. Sheesh. OMG Slay, yeah! I'm slaying! I guess notably I'm not on any sort of ascent, so maybe maybe I'm getting too hasty, but I think I'm doing really good. Do I retain? Like, I forgot. I think Azu told me the Spectral Knight makes everything ethereal. So kill it first. I don't know what the other ones do. I'm pretty sure that's the advice I was given, though. Check this out. Game hard. Shamrock shake tastes funny. Oh. Not for me. My Shamrock shake tastes so lovely. Oh man, that's cereal. Magi Knight removes upgrades. Front one is just there. Front one is just there. Okay. Well, I don't even have any crazy upgrades. Wow, look at this beautiful artwork. It's been a while since I saw the first game. Is there a noticeable difference with the sequel? I think so. I think the biggest draw for me is that there's co-op, which is like really nice. But I don't know. I think it looks a little better. I think the new characters they added are pretty fun. And I don't know, it feels like a nice refresh. There's like new relics and stuff. I don't know. I think if you had never played either of them, I would recommend getting the second one and just like low-key don't even bother with the first one. I feel like this one's just nicer. Ain't no point in asking what's the price because I'm cool ass. Yeah, ain't no point in asking what's the price because you don't got any method of payment, huh? Still waiting for Grimace Shake to come back. I never got to try it. Grimace Shake. I remember the memes for it. Why? I don't know what flavor it was supposed to be. Something about there being stuff all over the art. It's like kind of throwing me off. F you? Oh, sorry. Was that too real? Blah. To 11 damage. Can I kill this? Can't kill it. Are these all gonna disappear? I guess that's low-key fine. None of these are really necessary. Let me get a skill. The end of your turn, if this is on top of your draw pile, play it. Okay. 9. 30 minus 9. So I'm taking 21 damage. This kind of sucks, huh? No. I'm gonna buy you a crepe. Oh my god, thank you. Sheesh! My goodness. That's so sweet. Okay. Okay, I think everything's fine. I just need my good cards. Your upgrades are no more. Okay. Oh, I forgot about this. So last thing I played a defend. Okay, everything is so chill. Uh-huh. 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 Oh my god, and then I'm gonna smith, and then and then history's gonna repeat itself, then it's gonna smith again. And then when I draw the Sovereign Blade, it's gonna have like 80 damage. And that's gonna be so awesome. Bam, bam, bam. Gloomy Cry. Cry? Cry she? Tammy, I'm not really sure what emotion this is invoking. Are you just waving? Are you waving or are you crying? Radiate mentioned. Sheesh. Can I make anyone vulnerable? I don't think I can. Clay. Clay. Five times 14. 5 times 10 is 50. 5 times 4 is 20. So that does 70 damage. So are they dead? Oh, at least 2 HP. Should have thought about that. Yippee! Yeah. It looks like a goopy wave. Goopy. I guess it does look like the tummy has some goop on it. I like that it's a teddy bear wave, but it's got claws out. Oh, is that how you're feeling? You're feeling friendly, but like a little bit dangerous. Will Smith. Yup. Uh-huh. Maybe Tyranny would be good since I have random cards. I don't really want to keep adding cards to my deck, low-key. But I feel like I need something to thin it out. Yo! Hi, Hero! How is work? Did you just arrive at work? Wait, Hero, check this out. Are you checking? Are you checking? Slurp, 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 slurp. What is this? Oh, Cauldron. Wow, that's kind of unfortunate. I like Fire Potion. I think that one is my favorite. We'll get rid of Strength for Fire. Choose a card in your hand. It's free to play. I guess that's better than shackling. I like my cards. Okay, and what are we removing? What did I get? Deal 9 damage to all enemies. All enemies lose 9 strength this turn. Deal 7 damage, forge 5. Retain your hand. When you spend or gain stars, deal 3 damage to all enemies. That's crazy. Deal damage equal to the number of cards played this combat. This combat? Not this turn. That does seem good. I'm getting rid of Rotten War. I don't want that. Okay. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Biro Boom. Barrett Bomb. I like Bomb. That's awesome. Okay, I don't need block. Uh-huh. 3 damage. Man, this will be so good at the end. The Lost, the Forgotten. When killed, return all stolen strength to the player. Oh. He steals? Oh, and this one steals dexterity. I see. Not optimal. Oh, I can't play that. Teehee. I think strength is more important. Barrett Bomp is my user in the quad now. Yo! Amazing. Creases. I don't really love being stolen from. It's not really my favorite. I guess it could be worse. Does this block everything? 15 plus 12? There you go. Not gonna lie, dude's hand covering cards while I'm looking at the bottom cards pisses me off. Dude's hand covering cards while I'm looking at the bottom cards. What? Bam, bam, bam. I don't see any hands on the screen. I don't know what that means. Bam, 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 bam. Ethereal deal 8 damage to enemies. Wow, I'm so energized. Wowie. Okay, wait, can I just kill you? This'll do 5 times 6, so you're already dead. Everything's chill. Bumping in the club? Shit! Love bumping in the club. Why did that happen? Oh, when I lose HP, draw 3 cards. I think I'm kind of just built different. Oh, you are so close to being dead. Okay, whatever, it's fine. At the shop? Oh. I'd have to look at the shop again. I don't remember there being little fingies. No thank you. Wait, blocked attack damage is reflected to your attacker this turn? Wow, that's so good. I don't need more cards in my deck though. No thank you. Boy, for as much as Eggman be moving, he sure got them chicken legs like a baby chick. Still be schmooping. Damn, that's so mean. Maybe. Maybe they are prosthetics. Like, there's no muscles in there, so they can't really get any bigger. That would be my expert opinion. He's got happy feet? Like a penguin? Grave of the Forgotten. There's a single grave with a roiling blue flame. A prideful warrior died in battle, but its soul is restless. Oh my god. It wants to keep fighting. You feel it begging to journey with you. But perhaps it's better for it to face the truth. Confront the truth, add a decay to your deck, and chant a card that exhausts its soul's power. End of your turn if this isn't your hand, take 2 damage. This card loses exhaust. What? Enchant a card that exhausts with soul's power. Oh, like it doesn't have to exhaust anymore. I see. It's like this wouldn't have to exhaust. Or Big Bang. I just don't want anything else in my deck. Except the Forgotten Soul. Whenever you exhaust a card, deal 1 damage to a random enemy. Oh, I like that much better. Oh, it's so cute! Look at it! Well, it looks quite old and wrinkly, but in a cute way. Prosthetic legs is a maybe. He does look like the diabetes meme. I don't think I've seen the diabetes meme. You place your hand on the grave and whisper, "Ascend with me." In response, the flames draw out from the grave and coalesce into a burning soul.
You can
and
be my
hover-
girl's girl corn.
Ew. Why'd you put corn in it? Oh, I love being a girl's girl. Shout out to all my girlies out there. Coalesce into a burning soul and hover around you loyally. It knows what you are and wishes to escort you to your final destination. Wait, that's so beautiful. I want a burning soul to be loyal to me. What is the corn for? I could not tell you. What heals? Something. Wait, Toad. At the start of each combat, procure a potion-shaped rock. Man, I'm gonna be rockless. Surely I don't need Touch of Insanity. Get that out of here. Kunai, Cauldron, Soul. A bunch of baloney. Oh, for every 5 cards in your deck, heal 3 HP. Oh, that worked out so nicely. I don't really need to heal. Okay, I need to near my starting hand. That would help, I think. For the girls, wow. The girls, well, I guess I can't speak for all the girls, but I guess I can speak for myself. The girls appreciate the corn. I don't think I want to replace any of this. I think I want all of it. That's my wife's boyfriend, Aura? Oh, I wasn't thinking like my girl's girl like a polycule. I was thinking girl's girl like women supporting women. But I guess either one is fine. Door. Yeah, that sure is a door. The door. I can't even radiate. Oh, check out this rock though. Mhm. Oh, I forgot that happened. I'm cooked. Oh well. Okay. Swag. Ooh, I don't. Wait, you have to exhaust? Draw one card and exhaust a card from your hand. Okay, you do have to exhaust. I thought it was an option. Whoopsie. I don't need a defense. You said that you were the best? I am the best. I just got confused. But everything is okay. Everything's okay and I'm swagging. Look, it's almost dead. We're almost to its second phase. On turn 2. You seeing this? Wow, that is unfortunate. Look, and it's vulnerable. And strike. Oh, I should have done Dying Star. It's chill. If you exhaust a card, deal 1 damage to. Oh wait, that packs so well with the tyranny. God, I'm so good at this game. Oh, black hole might kind of go crazy. I don't really want mayhem. And I don't really want fisticuffs. I don't think he's gonna fit through. He might fit through. Oh, it's a door maker. Is a door maker and the pebbles are the door? Interesting. Sheesh. I'm a little low on health. Ah! It tends to escape. No way. Be like that. No vulnerable. Okay, Crescent Spear. Am I dead? I think I'm dead, but it's okay. It's planned. It's planned because I have Fairy in a Bottle. It's kind of awesome. Sheesh. I'm gonna need a lot more pebbles. No. Oh my god, that is so unlucky. It's okay. It's enough pebbles, surely. Surely. Okay, what do we exhaust? Oh, I want all of this. Damn, whose playlist is this? Damn. That's the secret. Do I get rid of Child of Stars? I feel like I'm sending a lot of stars, but maybe 2 at a time isn't good enough. Need more. Summon Hector. I already threw my rock potion. Erm. Erm. Hector's a little busy right now. Increase this card's damage by 5 this combat. Oh, I thought this did 2 damage to me. I guess it's a different card entirely. I don't know. I don't know. Sheesh. Look at my stars. I'm impressed. I'm impressed by my amount of stars. Okay. This guy's dead next turn. Well, I guess he's going to phase 2 next turn. It's kind of tough, huh? Exhaust. Exhaust the strike. Bam, 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 bam. Bow, 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 bow. Sheesh. Okay. And then history repeats itself, so maybe gold axe. And then it'll do it again. Ah, I should have falling starred first. How much damage was that? It'll be 37. I think it's more worth it to make him vulnerable. But I think I have to kill him next turn. So there's no way he doesn't do 9 damage. What are you still doing here? Yo. My best. Get rid of this. Bam, 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 bam. 40. 129. Sheesh. Does this kill? Oh, that doesn't kill. Hold on. Thinking. Thinking. 27. Oh, this one's bigger. God, I'm so good. Sheesh. Sheesh. Oh, I like how sassy this guy is. I've arrived. You there, commoner. Is this the top? I need quiet. I'll teach you some manners. Kinda got mogged. Yo, easy win. Sheesh. Easy. It's too easy. I'm so good at card games. The architect. Did he make the spire maybe? The architect still stands despite taking 2610 to 162180 damage from all who have faced him. Huh. Wowie. Yippee yippee! 10 unlocks remaining. That's kind of a lot, huh? Wow. Wow. Okay, now I'm gonna try the Necrobinder. Somewhere. This is a placeholder. The story is unknown while you're reviewing the effect during an early access stage. This location will be revealed during early access. Does anyone know when the full game is scheduled to come out? We need a hero. Oh, cute. Deadly monsters had begun to trickle out of the spire at an increasing pace ever since the doors have reopened. Brave warriors, explorers, and mercenaries have been sent in, but a few make progress. Even fewer make it back alive. The regent learns of this dismay and takes it upon himself to become the hero that Prion needs. I enter. I don't know what Prion is. At the start of each combat for each 10, sheesh! For every 10 stars spent, gain 10 blocks, sheesh! And then at the end of your turn, gain a star. These are really nice relics. I heard allegedly there's a planned Act 4 and maybe another character teased, but nothing official. Pretty close to being finished, though. Yeah, it feels like a finished game. If they didn't have things that said placeholder, I would just have imagined that it was like chill. Nice win, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Now we can watch a music video as a little treat. Prion is the planet you're on? I didn't know we were on a planet. I didn't know they had that much planned out. I didn't know there's that much world building. Defeat. Me, the Regent of Stars, does not know defeat. The strange man at the top of this tower must be defeated by me and only me. He did not look this buff, by the way. The Regent devises a royally brilliant plan to become stronger. To immortalize this, it is etched into a new stone. Try harder. That would not motivate me whatsoever. Okay. I low-key don't care about potions that much. The Regent must keep going. His Majesty may now access Ascensions when starting a run. Oh. Do you have to do that on single player? Oh, I guess not. I guess I have Ascension for the Silent as well. I didn't even know I had that. Some people think Act 2 and 3 will have 2 alternative routes, like Act 1 does now. Oh, wait, that's kind of awesome. Good job, Chico Soon. Thank you! Thank you so, so much. Okay, hold on. Hold on, I'm opening DMs. Bear, bear, bear. Bear, 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 bear. Hold on, I don't have Chrome open. I wanna see this though. Oh, sorry, that's an ad. One sec, one sec, one sec, one sec. Okay. Sorry, we're taking a little detour. I wanna know the Goofy song. 5 minutes! Sheesh! It's a lot of minutes. Can I make it bigger? Oh, swag. This does look like Disney. Wait, can you hear? You can't even hear this. There you go. I see. I see the issue. I think the eyes are just a bit too big and watery. It's really pretty, but I don't think it suits the vibe. This is Spire II Disney anime for the vibe of the Odyssey. I agree. I agree. I don't know, it makes it feel a bit unserious. Low-key, I can't hear this. This is too sad. Oh, it's very quiet. I'm sorry. Hugo. Oh, I liked it. When we watched it, I liked it, I guess. Did I like all of it? Maybe I liked it because I liked the song. Aww. Sheesh. The hands look really good. The hands and the clothes look amazing. Sheesh. I think you liked it just for normal reaction reasons to plug the original uploader. Oh, that makes sense. Makes sense. It's definitely impressive. I think it's just the faces. Maybe don't suit. Maybe don't suit this media.
How could you say this? I had built that wedding bed with my blood and sweat. Carved it into the olive tree where we first met. A
Aww.
symbol of our love everlasting. Do you realize what you have asked me? The only way to move it is to cut it from its roots. Only my husband knew that, so I guess that makes him you. Penelope.
Sheesh.
I will fall in love with you over and over again. I don't care how or when, no matter how long it's been, you're mine. Don't tell me you're not the same person. You're always my husband, and I've been waiting.
Wow. The goofy faces mess with the intended tone. Yeah, that's kind of real. That's kind of real. Did you guys ever watch Warrior Cats animatics? Was anybody in the Warrior Cats fandom? I feel like that's kind of what it reminds me of. Some of those go crazy, but some of them, it's like, this looks so anime. This looks so anime for the dramatic moment you're trying to tell me about. How do you look? He was looking rough when they finally see each other again. Athena had to basically make him magically look better? Really?
20 years.
I did not know she did that. You fall in love with me again. Camera fans over to the talk of Ina's face. Hey, it's still very nice. In the original poem, of course.
Empower your students to be
Don't
more...
look at that. Don't look at that. I've been having problems with YouTube, and so I tried to take off my ad blockers because I read it said maybe that would fix it, and it didn't fix it, and now I have upload problems and I don't have ad blockers. Don't look at that. Humanize Athena is you. Oh, it's kind of swag if you think about it. I'm gonna run an ad. I'm gonna put my plate in the sink pho today. Oh wow, that's unsettling. Oh my god, slime mention. That's gonna be us on Saturday. Okay, please look at this. Please look at this, but while listening to my music. Okay. Okay, I'll be right back. Why would adblock stop you from uploading? I don't know. That's just what Reddit said. Reddit was like, oh yeah, YouTube gets really mad at you if you use ad blockers, so try taking those off. It didn't work. It didn't work. We're just not gonna worry about it. It'll fix itself eventually, probably, maybe. Sheesh, this song is so good. I'm back. Ozzy's your goat? Is Ozzy carrying you?
HELLOOCINNA.
Hey.
I just wanted to let you know that I listened to your advice from a few streams ago. I've been spending a lot more time reading. Recently, I've been reading a book about anti-gravity, and man, let me tell you, this book is impossible to put down.
Huh? Oh. Did I... Was that just a setup to a joke, or did I actually give advice to spend more time reading? I don't remember giving any such advice. That sounds like good advice though. I like reading. I should read more. I like it. I have a... I was reading poetry yesterday. Is your dad joke of the day? Dad jokes of the day. I don't like dad jokes. But I was reading poetry yesterday. And I've got a Robert Frost poetry book here. Here, I'll read one to you. I'll read a short one to you. He does not have a lot of short ones. I don't like that. That's crazy. I like dads. Hold on, we have to wait 50 seconds for this song to be over. I don't make the rules, I'm sorry. Subscribe to Big Papa Animals Dad Jokes newsletter. You cannot subscribe. How do I reply stop? Oh, this is so cool. Spireborn Lich who seeks revenge. Calls upon her trusty left hand Asti in combat. The study turns summon 1. Okay. I wonder what she wants revenge on. We share the same goal? Does Niawa revenge too? Okay, sorry. Would you like a poem? I think Robert Frost is in the public domain because he's been dead for a long time. But if he's not, nobody tell anybody. Nobody snitch, okay? This one is called Snow Dust. The way a crow shook down on me, the dust of snow from a hemlock tree, has given my heart a change of mood and saved some part of a day I had rued. Wow, that was pretty good, huh? It's pretty good. Shout out Robert Frost. One of my favorite poets of all time. I read a book on chiropractic medicine in the thrift store. The spine is creased. I don't think they read the book. Okay. Thank you. That's so wonderful. Thank you so much. You be my favorite character? Okay. Alright, I'll do her justice. Surely I turn 1. Surely, like my first time trying her, I'll get all the way to the end. He killed all that I love. My power is yours. I assume he means the architect. Does the architect kill people? I don't really know. I don't really know what kind of cards she's got going on. I like the idea of removing cards from my deck though. This is unfortunate. I don't really want 2 shops back to back like that. I think I'm gonna go to this one. Oh, her thing is pink. Sheesh. Did he say big balls? It's interesting. Okay, okay, I can go either way to get there. I think I like elites. I'll go this way. Well, I'll go this way. Bow, bow, ba da ba da ba ba ba. Summon Asti with 5 HP. If already summoned, raises max HP by 5 for this combat. So when you summon, so she just has 1 health. She would just die instantly, no? This is so nice. See, crows can be a good omen. Edgar Allan Poe is just oppressed as hell, so he gave them all a bad name. Oh my goodness, right? I think that's so sweet. I feel like Robert Frost is really good about like appreciating nature. I don't know. I feel like the way he describes like outside stuff is really beautiful. Most success with her when I have the least strikes? Oh. Okay. So would that be... Is this good? So you defend, and the enemy attacks you first until your defend is over, like your block is gone, and then it attacks your hand? Is that how that works? Absorbs all unblocked attack damage. Oh, so you just defending. Does it attack at all? I don't really think I get it yet. Go, get big. You mean ravens? Oh. Well, surely they talk about both. Surely any sort of corvid is fair game. Hand is basically tanking for you. Oh, I thought that would be a lot more fun. This is just extra block. Oh, Asti deals 13 damage. Deals additional damage equal to Asti's current HP. Oh. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I said okay, but I still don't really get it. So is he gonna die? And then he just comes back with 1? What? Okay. Bam, 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 bam. I know, I carefully considered and decided the joke was worth it. I don't think I get the joke. I don't even know it was a joke. But what a thing with ravens. But that doesn't count because the raven is supposed to be grief. I don't think my grief would be a raven. My grief would be... It's a soggy little animal. I feel like a raven is just not soggy enough. I think some sort of fish. I think I think my grief would be a catfish. I like the way it looks when it attacks. This scythe is huge. Oh, these don't go away anymore. I see. Interesting. Interesting. When you play a card that costs 2 or more, gain 3 block. Summon 4, gain 7 block. Whenever you draw an ethereal card, draw a card. Are there a lot of ethereal cards? I don't think I want any of this. I feel like my sorrow would be a worm. Wait. So then it's like, would you still love me if I was a worm? That kind of like hits a little different, huh? It's kind of sad. I like it. Ew. This thing's mouth is so upsetting. Just in general, it's an upsetting little creature. I don't know. What's this scale? 6. And then 13. Oh, is it like each number it has is the amount of more damage it does? Check, please. That's kind of real. Not much of a sorrowful worm. Draw 7 cards. Randomize the cost of cards in your hands. Okay. Deal 52 damage. Oh. How do you get more energy on this character? Interesting. I like the concept of this. Apply 7 doom to all enemies. Is this good? I feel like this run is just maybe gonna be a little bit cooked. Because I don't have better cards unlocked yet. But I think maybe I'm enough of a gamer that I don't need to worry about it. Surely it's still winnable, even without the good cards. I like this, but it would be dead until I got something that gives energy. So maybe negative pulse is better. I don't know. Oh my god! Quivering. He's gonna die, but I think that's fine. Good morning. I guess that's better than blocking. I don't know, is it mean to use him as a shield? And then is he dead? See, he's dead, but like I still have to block it. Which is a little lame. Oh. I do like seeing them sink into a hole though. FC deals 6 damage. Deal 8 damage, apply doom equal to damage dealt. Okay. Okay, looks cool. Oh, a strawberry. Oh. A jackfruit, my bad. A slithering strangler. Okay. Seven doom to all enemies. The summon and block essentially does the same thing, right? What is Strangle? At the end of your turn, take 3 damage. Okay. It's fine, I guess. Okay. Excuse me. Learning? 6? Oh. I didn't know it stacked. Oh. Oh, I guess Strangle doesn't really go over to Asti, huh? And I guess it's not attack damage. Interesting. Interesting and also unfortunate. Ugh. Asti deals 7 damage, add retain 2 card in your hands. Summon 3 X times, add X souls into your draw pile. Oh. Okay. I said I wanted elites, but I low-key don't feel that confident. But I don't want to go to 2 shops in a row either. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Maybe I've got that dog. This is my dog. For our care package, kaboom. I feel like you just did the 3-hour one. Time's moving kind of fast, huh? Surely it'll be fine. Surely. Wouldn't it be so cool if I got to the end with, like, on my first time? I would like that so much. Could you imagine the bragging rights? Thank you. Hope you've been having fun. I haven't. Thank you. I quite like this game. As usually, if you need a raid target later, you know where to find me. You'll probably have that sorted. I'm not sure. I don't know who will be live. I don't know who will be live by the time I'm done. But I will let you know if I don't have anyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Slow. I like slow. 3x times? So this would be 9 times? I like souls. I think that's fun. I don't really know if I'm going for Doom or if I'm going for Summon. I guess I'll just know when when a really good card comes up. I'll know what it's for. Maybe perhaps. Oh, see, Unleash is kind of swag. I always send people streaming around this time to one person and one person only. Just like yell at me on Discord or something if you can't find anybody, but have so much fun. I hope you've been slaying so many spires. Thank you, Carrot. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a good day as well. Steve's looking pretty beefy. Yeah, pretty cool. We've been going to the gym. Don't ask what we've been doing there, but we have been going. I feel like if the big felt like this, the Doom just will never get to be enough. I feel like it's cooked. Also, I beefed him all up and now he's low-key dead. Ugh. Whatever. Like the beefy Asti build, it's so fun. Oh wait, he's not even dead. Sheesh. But then I have to build it up again. I don't know. I don't know which one I like better. Haven't got that far yet. I like the fruity hand motion. No. 25. Okay. 31. We're getting somewhere. Slowly but surely. I just need more cards. I don't like taking bad cards, but maybe that would be helpful. Dunno. Youch. You might be dead. Hold on. Please hold. You holding? Draw 7 cards. That's crazy. See, if this was poison, it would have been ticking like crazy. I guess it wouldn't have been as much. But still, at least it would be doing something. Am I dead? Everything is so okay. Okay, check this out. That doesn't really help, does it? Oh yeah, free defense. Oh. Okay. Okay. Almost, almost. I didn't really need to use that fire potion. He's not even dead here. What is this? Okay, that kills him, but I need to survive. And I don't think I can do that. 25 damage each turn is kind of rough. I don't think I can even safe scum out of it. I think I just don't have cards. Sigh. It's okay. Maybe whatever cards that unlocks will be helpful. Watching this is making me want to slay the Spire. You should. The defect. Oh my god, I love the defect. This was my favorite one from the first game. That's why I dislike Doom. It kills after their turn, unlike Poison, which kills at the beginning. Yeah, same. I don't know. I'd have to see all the Doom cards, so I don't think I really like it. I think the only thing that makes it worth it for me is if you have the card that like it force procs the Doom if they're gonna die. But I don't know. Surrounded by a wreckage of molten metal ash and thousands of dead bugs. Data log corrupt. Its core barely held together. Limbs barely responsive. The defect scavenges broken panels and pieces from other constructs to patch itself together. Ah, it's so cute! My little frog. Oh, I do want to learn the Necrobinder. But I want my baby. I have a strong feeling it's rigged today. Oh, yeah, a lot of people have been losing their gambles today. It might be. Why do you call that a frog? He looks like a frog. Construct. What have you become? I've become freaking awesome. Ooh. Nutritious oyster? Or large capsule? What do you have? Okay, this is the same. This is the same as the first game, I believe. I'll capsule it. The start of your second turn, gain 2 energy. If you end a turn with at least 10 block, deal 6 damage to a random enemy. Wow! Add time. Sigh. Okay. Okay. Check this out. Check this out. You're going to jail. Oh, you're not going to jail. You're subscribed. Well, someone's going to jail. An indeterminate amount of people are going to jail. So rigged today. I think it let me do it. Yeah, see, not even rigged. Not even rigged. Pretty cool, huh? Maybe since this isn't a story game, maybe I low-key played through the ad break. Teehee. Okay, elite. Is there a shop? Okay, where's the shop? Man, what's up with these shops being on the same row? I guess I could go this way. Oh, this is such a nice blue color. It's so cute. Oh wait, I'll draw a frog. My little opus. Okay. Oh, well, if I go this way, I can avoid having multiple shops. Maybe this one is a good one to go to. I can't go to Elite this way, though. I guess there's two here and here. Yeah, I got that dog. I don't know how defect has changed. I imagine the same builds are in it. I hope there's claw build. What? Oh, at the start of your second turn. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Gamble 2 per. Oh, you didn't even do it! No way you gambied. No way you gambied for just a milk percent. Sigh. I'll play this safe. I'll play this safe. I feel like I need as much health as I can get. Ugly little creature. Sheesh! Sheesh! That was a real one? Oh. Yeah! Good job, you won milk. You won your milk. This is so awesome. Yeah. Surely the lightning hits the sleeve slime. Oh yeah, I'm so good at this game. Oh, ceremonial beast. I didn't know. It tells you what the boss is. I thought you just had to memorize what the pictures are. But that is quite nice. Okay, dead as hell. I love this little frog. He's so perfect. Potion of binding. Swag. Deal 10 damage. Reduce this card's cost to 0. Okay. Gamble all. Sheesh! Good gambling. Oh, a tiny frog. More accurate frog. Bow 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 bow. I'm feeling pretty confident. Bow wow 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 wow. I'm gonna take a little damage, but I don't think it'll be that bad. I'm doubling 100%. You were so confident about it too. What happened, Papa? Dear. Oh wow, I'm taking a bit of damage here too. Maybe I should have used my potion. I don't know if it would have killed him, but at least he would have done less damage. It's fine though. Rigged? I would never. That doesn't sound like me. Bow 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 bow. Bow bow wow 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 wow. This turn your next card is played in extra time. Another claw. Sheesh! God, I'm so lucky. I'm so good at this game. And then we upgrade it. Sheesh. Now we need something to draw 0-cost cards. I don't know if I have that unlocked. Put an attack from your draw pile into your hand? Okay, you don't even afford that. Oh, the first time you play a 0-cost attack to your turn, return it to your hand. Sheesh. Lava lamp. Okay, what are we removing? We don't need a strike. We got a Klaus. Now I just need some epic card draw. And maybe a better way to defend. And then we're doing so good. And then we're going crazy. Fine Shambler. I don't like that his legs are not viney. Kind of strange. Oh, wait, why? Entangled, bro. That's my whole gimmick. Okay, that's fine. He's dead anyway. Cover the things up, Oog. Yo, it's not very nice. Re-evoke lightning. Deal 6 damage to each enemy hit. That would be kind of good, but I don't want to split my build. I don't want any of that. Get that guy some leg warmers. So real. I love leg warmers. I have quite a few. I have pink ones, and I have white ones with like blue ribbons, and I have black ones. But the black ones, I guess, aren't really. I don't know. I think they're more like supposed to go over your boots. They're not quite long enough to be like full leg warmers, but they're still cute. I don't know. I eat that kind of stuff up. It's so nice. Check this out. Look, he's like on half already. I'm a frog main. 16. Oh, not quite enough. Oh wait, maybe. No. No. It's fine though. Wait. Why did that go twice? What? What? I don't know what killed him. That only did 3. I guess I'm just that good. I don't know. I don't know. I guess I'm swag. Oh, if you end the turn with at least 10 block, deal 6 damage. I see, I get it. I don't even know my own strength. I'm just so cool and strong. Infection, yuckers. I'm gonna kill this one. Yup. Yup. Sheesh. Fingers only. Oh my god, 10 damage. Sheesh. Sheesh. I wish I could kill that. That's okay. Good night. At the start of your third turn, get 18 block. Oh my god! And then the parry. Are you seeing this? And then it'll do 6 damage. Oh, lovely. Lose an orb slot. Gain 2 decks. I think that's good. Go for the eyes is also kind of okay. I'll bulk up. It's... When does bulking season end? Is bulking season just winter? Are we bulking right now or are we cutting? I'm not doing any of it. I'm doing regular activities, but asking for this guy. time you play 3 skills in a single turn, deal 5 damage to all enemies. Okay. I don't think I'm playing that many skills. Gamble all, Kyrie. This is so... this is so sad. There's not really time for it, but most people bulk in the winter. Oh. Is that not a contradiction? Bow, 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 bow. You can bulk or cut whenever you want to? Oh. Why is winter bulking season? Just so you, like, stay warm? Bow, 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 bow. A lot of people doing winter? Oh, I already read that, sorry. Blah. First time, return it to your hands. Okay, swag. Swag. 25. It's okay. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'll kill you. I like his scythe. His jawline's kind of nice. Sheesh. I think I'm cooking. I think I'm cooking really hard. Is this a placeholder? Or is this just what this looks like? It's cute. It looks like it has, like, chomps taken out of it. Deal 18 damage, add a 0-cost copy of this card into your discard pile. Sheesh! I only have 151. Maybe I'll go to this one. But I like this rest site too. I guess I don't really need it. That's what I'm gonna do to you? You're gonna take chomps out of me? I see. Well, I guess so. I don't really want to eat the damage, but I guess it's not that big of a deal. Oh, what if it lightnings on the twig slime? That would be so perfect. Okay, it didn't, but it could have been perfect. Oh, I'm getting strangled. Lovely. Oh, it's fine. Everyone's dead anyways. I like that his little arm spins. No, thank you. Quivering. Sorry. 18. Why would you do that? Okay, that kind of worked out nicely, though. That worked out nicely, too. Surely the parry goes on here. Surely. Hop on co-op? Carry me because I'm buns? I'm sorry. I'm playing solo style foe today. But surely you can watch and learn. The move is to go defect and then go claw build. You see in these claws? This is guaranteed win. I love claw build. Sheesh! This is orb pilled. I am not orb pilled. I'm kinda low-key broke. Womp womp womp. Get rid of it, strike though. Next turn game block equal to your current block? I gain 50 block if you take unblocked attack damage this combat die. That is so interesting. Okay, I can handle elites. Oh. This is fine, I guess. I guess it's better than the little bee fella. Could be better, though. Bow, 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 bow. Lightning. Okay. Man, it is gonna hurt a bit, but I think it's okay. Finally, my claws. What took you so long? Oh, I should have bulked up first. But that's okay. That's okay. Okay. Sheesh. Carol. Oh. Is it better to have strength or vulnerable? Probably vulnerable. Because strength is only 2. I think Carol. The end of your turn, gain 1 block for each card in your hands. Okay. Lightning. Gunk up. Yeah, no thank you. No thank you. Send croissant. Croissant on the way. Don't even worry. Don't even worry. It's in the mail. It didn't fit in an envelope though, so it's kind of just loose. Like I put a stamp on it. And you're gonna... you're gonna have to deal with that. Okay. Check this out. Check this out. Wow. First time ceremonial beast's HP reaches 150 or below, it becomes stunned and loses all its strength. I kind of like the ceremonial beast. Like it's not that she's tanky, but I like that she's got stun. I think that's kind of awesome. Oh, lovely. Bam, bam, bam. Mm-hmm. Claw, claw, claw. Sheesh. Do I bulk? I think this is a bulk situation. Bam, 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 bam. 8, 16. Oh, it's so close to being stunned. But alas, not quite. So much block. So convenient. Oh yeah, get out of here. Too easy for a defect player such as myself. You are dead. Teehee. Can you believe this is my first time playing the defects on this game? Defect just can't. Defect? Defect just can't stop slaying. Oh, it's so real. I think I've also been really lucky in getting like 0 cost attack like synergy like right off the bat. Shuffle all your cards to your draw pile. Oh, I don't want plasma. Oh, I already have Adaptive Strike. I really don't think I need 2 of them. I guess Reboot is fine. It costs 0 and it exhausts, so it's not really taking up slots. I think Flex is better than Duplicator. Because I don't really know what I'd duplicate. But I know Strength is good for claws. Is this... Oh, this is cute. Tiscadera. In which... Oh, I cannot read that. It which feeds the fire. Greetings, Beep. Not here to annoy me. What an unusual little construct. Man, I am feeling like an unusual little construct foe today. Nutritious soup? Enchant all strikes in your deck with this Qatar's Ember. Cost 0 and gains eternal. Yay! Thank you so much for the follow, Fire Hearts. Fire Hearts Ulu. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think nutritious soup is kind of good for the 0 cost attack stuff. But I low-key only have 3 of them. Study a turn, spend 5 gold to gain energy? No, I don't need that. Obtain 4 wax relics every 3 combats. Your leftmost wax relic will melt away. I don't know. Oh, so it's just temporary relics, I guess. Okay, I think nutritious soup is the move. I think I'm going crazy sicko mode. God, I love the defect. I need a little shirt that says like I heart. And then it's like his little face. I like him so much. Okay, I wanna go to this. Ah, that's ugly. I wanna go to this one. I need more money. I'll go this way to avoid the other shops. Bow bow. Bow bow. Okay, we're bulky. Well, I feel like I need to defend, but I think it's just kicked. And I don't think I've seen Bullbug Nectar. I like the egg one the best. Just looks wise. Oh, maybe I should have rebooted. I have so much 0 cost stuff. Whoopsie. It's fine. Everything is fine. Everything's fine and I'm really good at this game. Ew. That emote is interesting. You slayed the spire! Yippee! Good job, good job, good job! You did so good! Nectar boast plus 3 strength. 15 strength? Oh. It's so ugly. Like the nectar. I don't know. I feel like nectar should not be that jiggly. No, thank you. Ew. Why is it like tickling its abdomen like that? Man. Okay, booking. Happy booking. Tries to skip the combat after 5 turns. Oh yeah, he like takes your card and then also tries to leave and then also flies. Not a fan of him. I'm a little cooked. I think I'm just eating all of this. It's fine. Oh, draw 2 cards. Maybe this will help. Okay. That is an insane thing to point out. What do you mean? I'm appreciating the art. It's weird. My homies hate that guy. Yeah, your homies are right. I am copiously addicted to this game. I already have 35 hours. Wait, how many do I have? Not that many. I have 16. Bam, bam, bam. Fireheart, who's your favorite character to play? The right answer is the defect. How 33 so same? Oh my goodness. You guys are going crazy. Wait, hold on. Let me see Hero's hours. Oh, Hero only has 20. I thought Hero played this like multiple hours every day. Kaya's 26. Is this bad manners to call people out? I don't really care. Hold on. Bow, 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 bow. I think the highest. Yeah, I think Azu's the highest that I've seen. That's crazy. I think the second highest is 55. Hold on. I'm looking at my unemployed homies. Oh, there's a 60? What about you? Bow, 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 bow. 47. Nope, I think Azu wins. I think Azu wins. Bow, 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 bow. Don't call me out. Oh my god, sorry. Wait, I'm not even calling you out. You're the one who offered that information. Goober. I love this silent the most because of her Thunder Thighs pose. I don't think I can imagine that. Do I want this? Yeah, I do. He never takes like a strike or defend. Have you noticed that? Add a random power into your hand. It's free to play this turn. I feel like this is a good card because it costs nothing and it exhausts and it like gives a free thing. But I feel like it's gonna give power that's not helpful. Ugh, I'll try it though. Don't worry, at 11 p.m. we're gonna pump heroes numbers up. Shit! I hope so. Why is this ugly ass emote a thing? Oh my god, Splinkus made that emote. Listen, I had an extra emote swap. So it was either no emote or a little egg man. If you have a better... If you make me a better emote, I'll put it there. But I think he's nice. He's not hurting nobody. I said low-key, and you went so high-key with it. Oh, sorry. That's my bad. My manners are kind of bad, huh? Such a good emote. I think it's cute. I think it's cute. I like it. He's hurting me my eyes? Good. I hope you stay hurting. Always. That's always the goal, I think. Surprising for you allowing a half-bald man as an emote. Actually, he is just bald. Listen. Listen, if I have empty slots, like, I really could care less if he's chilling in there or not. Why are you dizzy? Oh, his attacks are fully blocked. I see. Man, I don't really like being weak. A little unlucky. Bald Foss emote win. I'm not... I'm not drawing that. I'm not commissioning that. I'm not doing any of that. Egg Foss? Egg Foss? That's a thinker. That's... Yeah, I'm thinking about that one. Oh, I forgot. Should've done claw. It's fine. Conveniently, she wouldn't want that though. Okay. Listen, I don't care up to a certain point. I don't care as long as it doesn't make my image look bad. Gain 2 block for each unique orb you have. Okay. Whatever. Whatever. This guy's dead as hell, by the way. Oh, he's not dead as hell. He should be. If I flexed, he would have been. Your image is already bad. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Interesting how you have a little sword and a 6-month sub badge and like a little thing for gifting 25 subs next to your name as you say that. Yeah, real credible information over there, huh? Have you won any runs yet? Yeah! I won... What do you mean just like in general? I won with the silent, I think 2 times, and I won with the regent. I won with the regent for the first time today. It was cool. And this is my first time playing the defect. So I haven't won with them yet. But I haven't lost with them yet either. And I think I can do it. I think I can do it. Want the fire. It's like charity for the lesser. Gracing you with my benefits. You did not sign up for this benefits package. That's very interesting. Good job. Hopefully this is the 4th win. Thank you. I hope so. I hope so. I think so. I think I'm the best defect player in North America. Surely. Look at all this energy. Oh. That kind of sucks, huh? It's fine. It's fine. Don't even need that health. Oh, alright. I'm taking them back. You can unsub, but it won't erase the fact that you already subbed for 6 months. Oh. I did not realize that strike was there. Man, why did I draw those? It's fine. You can check all stats of your previous runs in the compendium or whatever on the main menu. Oh. I didn't know you could look at your previous runs. I think that's kind of humbling. I will not be looking at that. You're gonna see that I lied. You're gonna see that I played this game like 20 times and I haven't won any yet. Oh, free to play this combat. Okay. Wow. Another claw. Don't mind me. Okay, I think I go this. And then I can go up there. Well, actually, there's fires here and here too. Maybe I don't need that many. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. New day, no rigging. New day? Oh, did it pass midnight for you? It's only 5:50 p.m. for me. So maybe it might still be rigged. But I don't know how it works. Maybe you create a status card. Channel 1 random orb. I sure am not channeling status cards. What? Oh, that's a trash can. I thought this was a popcorn bucket. Gimbal all, it's rigged. Oh. How can it be rigged if you're a mod? Like, couldn't you unrig it? Fireheart, no! This is so sad. Guys, I got nothing to do with that. Don't look at me. Oh, that should have been Claw Plus. Don't look at that. Wait, why? Oh, he's thorny. Okay, what if I save Scum? I didn't know he was thorny. Tee-hee. Oh, wait. Compendium. Run history. Is this my last run? Yeah, I didn't get very far. My first time on the Necrobinder. I won this one. Wow. Oh, so okay, it's red if you lose and green if you win. So these are the two. I was trying to do the sword thing because it was my first time, and I was like, "Yay, swords are cool!" And then we got rid of that. Okay, this is multiplayer. Oh, Asu and Hero, and this is Atlas. We won. We won this one. We won. We won this one. This is with my other friends. #1. Oh, this one lost. This one won. This one lost. But this one won. Sheesh. This one lost. Wow, I played a lot of runs, huh? Oh. Oh yeah. Me and Hero played and we lost twice. And then we locked in at some point. We locked in when more people were here. I would say my win rate not that good, but we're making it better. It's rigged even for mods. It's so cooked. Yo, don't say that. It's surely not rigged for mods. Oh, I should have bulked up. Oh my god, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Play multiples of the same character. Did not know that? Wait, really? You were like, oh, we all have to be different ones. Nah. Nah. I think it's... I'm trying to think. There was a good run I had where I was synergizing with someone. I think I was playing the silent and one of my friends were playing the silent. And we were both doing Shiv or something. And we both had the power card that's like when you play an attack, get a block or something like that. And I don't know. It worked really nicely. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was kind of awesome. Bam, bam, bam. I have like a 90% win rate while playing with my wife. And a 0% win rate alone. I might be getting carried. I do think it's a lot easier in multiplayer. Because, like, even though the health scales up, I just feel like having more potions to choose from and stuff is just so nice. Bow, bow, ba-da, bow, 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 da-dow. I don't really want to attack him, but I feel like I have to. Well, actually, if I attack him, I'm like dead. Okay, whatever. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Yatch. Multiplayer helps so much because the status is scaling your damage multiplicatively. Status is scaling your damage. Like multiple people going poison? Like that kind of thing? Is that what you mean? Oh my god, that should have been a claw. Whoopsie. Ba 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 da blah blah. Bones affecting for the whole team in weekends. Oh! Yeah, that does make sense. Like, you only have to use one weekend and then everybody benefits from it. That is pretty swag. Wow, that's crazy. Was that regular? I'm cooked. Just kidding. Check this out. Look at him, my little frog. He's so cute. I like him a lot. He's so chunky. Okay, do I bulk? I think we bulk. I think this is a bulk moment. Okay. Yeah. Also, some of the multiplayer specific cards they added are pretty busted. Yeah. No, there was one on the silent. I think it was the silent. That was like your teammates like damage is doubled this turn or something like that. It's like, oh my god. That is crazy. Oh, maybe I should have gone for that chomper. Guess it doesn't matter either way. Yatch! That's just colorless. Yeah, that's knockdown. Oh. Wait, anybody can get that? That's so good. It's triple on upgrade. Man, it makes sense if it was like one of your teammates, but like all of them? It's kind of crazy. Y'all seeing this? Y'all seeing this? I really like the jumper. I like how he opens his mouth. He's so dead. He's so dead. No thank you. Okay, I was complaining about there being a bunch of fires in a row, but honestly, being able to heal is so nice. The first time... Doggy Suntech! The first time you gain block from a card each combat, double the amount gained. Sheesh! Lovely. I love the one that just gives 3 free mana to my wife. Like, huh? How is that not broken? Turn of mana, my queen. God, that's so real. That's so real. I feel like, since it's early access, I feel like they're gonna have to do something to nerf some of those cards. But maybe not. Maybe if the Ascensions are hard enough, it's like, fine. Gains 14 block upon first being hit. Okay. I'll bulk first then. Laos Progenitor. I remember this guy from the first game, but he was itty bitty. Glad to see him all grown up. Looking quite cute. A nice color combo. Start of your turn, Channel and Glass. Deals damage to all enemies, decreases damage every turn. How much? How much? How much? I'm gonna take 1 damage. Sigh. I think on 4 people it gives it to everyone. That is so crazy. Wowie. Wowie. There's a silly one with Necrobinder where you give it on C. That's so cute. That's so cute. I really like that. I know on the Regent everyone can have a sword. I remember not playing him and just having swords. I was like, oh, thank you. Youch. I don't voice sack with my friends, but they have jobs. It's okay, Fireheart. At like 5 p.m. when they get off work, that's when you pounce. Glass does not seem that good. Whatever. Surely right when they get off. Surely. Surely. I'm not really strapped for energy, so maybe fire potion's better. No, thank you. Okay. And then we heal again. And then next time we smith. Plating. Wait, I like Scrape. Discard all cards drawn this way that do not cost 0. But is these better? Your next attack deals additional damage. Hold on, let me get rid of something first. I don't need this. Strike when they're weak. Are they the weakest when they get off work? I'll buy the game for all of them so they can't say no. Yo! That is so generous. Sheesh. Surely that tactic will work. Is this the claw build? It's my first time seeing claws in action. Really? I love claw build! Claw build is so good. I love ignoring my orbs. I love ignoring my orbs and scratching. Okay. I think Scrape is worth it. Okay. Then obviously we do this elite. Oh, that is a little unfortunate because we are attacking a lot. But, you know, surely it will not be any sort of issue. Yikes. It's looking like a little bit of an issue, but it's fine. Hard countered. No, it's fine. I'll draw so luckily. See? Oh, okay. I would not really call that lucky, but, you know, it's something. You look at its pulsating hand. Hmm. Interesting. Okay, then we scrape. Oh my god, and it'll discard the dazed. Oh. Okay, well. It's fine. Surely everything is fine. Oh my god. Then we claw, then we claw, then we dual cast. Sheesh. See, this isn't so bad. No, actually, I'm gonna get all dazed. Oh my god, I didn't get. Oh my god. Look at how many, and I got 0. It just goes to show that I'm the best. I'm the best at this game. Oh, pen nib. Goes crazy. No thank you. Do I want fish oil? Maybe fish oil is better than flex because it like the strength stays. But maybe not. I feel like 5 is bigger. We can be greedy. Okay. Do we upgrade scrape? Or reboots? Or bulk up? Man, all of these would be kind of nice to upgrade. Oh, feral costing 1 is huge. It costing 2 is kind of a problem. Silly pop off on 1 turn and flex is worth? That's what I'm saying. Look at this. Look at this little stinky fella. He's ugly. He's ugly and stupid. Oh, this is the guy where you like take 6 damage, right? It's fine. It's fine. It's no issue to me. Not your best gambling day? Aw. So sad. Maybe I mind rot. Well, 6 is so much, but I don't know if I got that dog in me. We'll take the mind rot. We'll scroll Instagram reels. They just started? It's 1 a.m. Oh no! Brain rot? Yummy, yummy brain rot. My favorite. Can't mind rot me. I'm already mind rotted. Oh, surely it cancels out. Yo, Hero here. Hi, Hero. Thank you so much. Are you eating? Are you on your lunch break? Please tell us about your workday so far. I'm just gonna eat all this damage maybe, and then it will be so okay. Yummy? Yeah, usually around this time Hero goes on their lunch break. Is this to my playlist? Nah, I switched it up. I was in a K-pop mood, and I think we got through most of the K-pop. I got Zora a win earlier after 3 losses. Ooh. Ooh, well, you know, we gotta start somewhere. Okay, I think it's fine. He's under half health, and I'm exactly half health. But I think my claws are scaling, and everything is swag. Look, 28 damage, and then we scrape him, and then we claw again. 5-hour carrot. 5-hour care package kaboom. Thank you so much. Man, the hours are just flying high. It does not feel like I've been playing this game for 5 hours. Pendib is so good for Claudic. I know! When I think of Pendib, I usually think of the, what's the silent one? The little knife deck. But I guess it goes pretty crazy with claws, too. I can eat 7 damage. I did not think I can be slothful. Oh my god, look at this! Oh yeah, discover an epoch. To be honest, I did not expect to get this far on my first run with the defects. I was kind of just hyping myself up for dramatic effects. Well, maybe I am pretty good. Oh. I don't really care for powers. Or for channeling. That does not synergize with my claws. Everybody remember to take care of yourself right now! Get up and stretch, hydrate. Once an hour to keep that body all nice and healthy. Oh yeah, so real and so true. Have expected you to end stream by now? Yeah, it's true. I think usually I end around this time because I get hungry. I want to finish this run first though. Look at this cutie. Little frog lion flower. Pengnip. Tanks. Chimera King. Oh. Wow. This dude knows about bulking season. Shit. If you look like this, DM me immediately. Construct. No weapons, have this. No weapons. Girl, are you seeing my claws right now? And one whistle. Deal 33 damage, stun the enemy, exhaust. No. You may cook at rest sites. Remove 2 cards from your deck and gain 9 max HP at a rest site. Wait, that goes crazy! Let me cook. And then class, transform up to 6 cards into Maul. No. Maul is not as good as Strike. Costs money. Let me cook. Let me cook. Let me cook. Where's the rest sites at? Okay. I think the max I can do is 3. But I need to go to this one. And then one of those. I can go any which way. I kind of want that. So we'll go this way. What's the purpose for behind my care package? To make sure you're following the once an hour rule. Except for when I don't wake up when the stream starts, so I miss a couple packages. Don't even worry. Don't even worry. I'm taking such good care of myself. Although I never considered stretching legs. I always just like raise my arms behind my chair and then push my chest out. I don't know what's that stretching. Just my arms, I guess. I don't know, but it feels good. I'm good. I'm great. Sorry. Look at this turret operator. This little goober. 14 block, please. What cards are you removing though? Everything except for claws. Just kidding, I don't know. On it, like I have a lot of 0 cost cards, but I think like dual cast, maybe even adaptive strike. I think ideally my whole deck would just be claws and scrape and feral. Maybe bulk up. But like, I don't know. Oh, I can't remove these because they're eternal, so those are fine. Like, Zap is nice, and it costs nothing, but I need to be cycling my claws. Why bother with orbs when you can just go fail real? It's me for real. Everybody make sure you get up and stretch once an hour to prevent blood clots, muscle knots, and more. You can get blood clots from not stretching. That's kind of scary. Don't worry. Don't worry, I'll be stretching. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Do a whole yoga pose? Oh, I did quite a bit of yoga yesterday, and low-key now my... like where my leg meets my hip, like whatever joint that is on my right side, is like... It kind of hurts when I walk. I think I did it wrong. Blah. What's your favorite yoga pose? Oh my god. And then he's gonna die with the lightning. Cinema. Cinema sheesh. Okay, no thank you. Or should I add random cards to my deck so that I can cook with them? No, I don't think I'm at that point. I don't know. I'd hate to be forced to get rid of something I want to keep. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's fine. I'm cooking. Oh, I should not have blocked. I forgot. Forgot about my Vambrace. Whoopsie. Bow 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 bow. Bow 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 bow. Yes, I'm great. Oh, this song is so happy. This is me right now. This is me playing my little frog. Are you dead? Oh, I don't think I have the thing. I don't have feral. Sigh. It's fine. It's fine. You're dead anyway. Cute of you to think you could win against me. Ew. I don't think I've seen this before. Wow, you're gonna give me 10 status cards. That's crazy. Thanks, I guess. Oh, but the first time you draw a status, draw 2 cards. So at least there's that. Oh, and I'm not defending. I'm not defending because I don't want my vampires. Whoa! Yeah, a puppy raid. That's so cute. That's so cute. Hi, puppies. Hi. My name is Faust. I'm a fox girl, and we're slaying the Spire foe today. This is my very first time playing the defect on this game, and we're on Act 3. I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for the tier 3 sub. Holly, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. My favorite puppy girl. Hi, Holly. Hi, Jade. Hi, Santi. Hi, Ella. It's good to see you. Okay, there's like all this nice stuff going on, and then I see in between the raiders this Fireheart saying, "Get slimed, loser." Thanks for that. Slime doesn't even affect me. This ain't nothing to me, man. Look, I got all this block, and then I'm gonna draw the slimes and then just like get rid of them. It's cinema. Blah! Real and true. Should I scrape or should I get rid of a slime? I'm gonna scrape. Oh my god, cinema. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's quaking. He's quaking. But anyway, Holly, what were you playing? Hope you're enjoying the game. Haven't seen anything on it yet? Really? You haven't? Oh. Holly, do you like Slay the Spire one? Hold on. I think my mods are AFK. Here you go. What? Oh, I spelled it wrong. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. That's that just links to me. I guess you can click on that link if you just want to go in a little loop. Oh, you were just chatting? Were you reading your book? Oh, you were finishing up Cradle Unsold today. Oh, did you like the ending? Was it good? I hope you had a lovely time. Hope you had a lovely time. This guy's not having a lovely time. Sheesh. Oh yeah. He's dead next turn. I can feel it. I can feel it. Oh, I'm a little weak. But surely that's fine. Surely... surely that's not an issue. Oh, wow. Ouchie. I should have strengthened up. I thought it would be a waste. No, look at this. Look at this. Shade. Shade. Oh. Bulk up plus. Like a double bulk up. Do I need that? I don't think I really need that. But I guess I could take this one and then remove the other one. It's a lot to think about. I love this series a lot, and I'm hoping everyone to enjoy. And to answer your question, I religiously played the Slay the Spire. Oh, I see. I'm sure you would like this one then. I'm sure this would be your jam. I have salmon fillet with prawn skewers and veggies and rice. Sheesh. Oh my goodness. I've never had a prawn. I assume it tastes similar to a shrimp. I'm not the biggest shrimp fan, so maybe I wouldn't eat the prawn skewer. But salmon with veggies and rice? Sheesh. Sheesh. I'm going ham. Prawn is so good. Is it a different flavor than shrimp? I don't know. Sometimes I'll watch like cooking or like eating videos. And there's this one channel I really like, and they go to Hot Pot a lot. And I feel like they always have prawn at the Hot Pots. But it kind of just looks like a shrimp. I'm going ham. I mean, I was trying to find that video the other day. I don't really remember what it's from. Couldn't find it. Oh, these steal. I forgot these guys steal. I really don't want creative AI. I don't really want random powers in my hands. Maybe I just like pretend that doesn't exist. We just forget that one's there. 36. Wait, why? Oh, it's pen nib. Okay. Okay. Maybe bulking up would have been better, but I feel like that double was just too good to miss out on. And we get rid of that. We ignore that one. You're making me hungry. Ah, so real. Yummers. Pretend I didn't miss the raid. Oh my goodness, hi. Hi, high tech. You surely didn't miss the raid. You're right on time. Nothing happens. Nobody noticed anything. Oh, this is gonna hurt quite a lot, actually. And I got all this energy. And no cards. Sigh. I really want sushi right now. Ooh, sushi sounds so good. I like sushi with you. I think. I don't know. I feel like I've never got sushi by myself. Every time I've got sushi, it's been with like a group of people, and then we just like order a bunch and we share them among the table. And I don't know. I feel like 95% of the time I don't even know what I'm eating. I have no idea what sushi is going in my mouth. It just looks really good, and I just try it all. But I'm pretty sure the eel ones are extra good. Can't make me hungry. I'm already using you the YouTube meal video. Yo, I'm so honored. I'm so honored. What are you eating? What are you eating? I was hoping that would happen. Points? Oh my god, you're ranked 22. 22 out of 1082 is crazy. Sheesh. I'll take you to a sushi train whenever we see you. I would like that so much. I think I still am not gonna know what I'm eating, but I'll have a grand old time. Yummy. Yummy. What a great honor. What a great honor indeed. Oh my god, check this out. Wait. Oh yeah, check this out. He's so dead. Deep dish style pizza from Costco? Oh, I didn't even know they had deep dish. Huh. I've never bought like a take-home pizza from Costco. I've only ever gone to like the little food like court, like restaurant area, and got like slices of pizza. And I don't think they have deep dish up there. That sounds so good though. I love deep dish. I think crust is my favorite part of a pizza. So whenever there's a lot of it, I'm a happy girl. Oh my god, let me cook. Okay, what do we get rid of? Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. All these cards are good. I just want it to be smaller. I don't need dual cast. I don't think I need momentum strike and adaptive strike. Yo, thanks, I guess. Thanks, I guess. This kind of does the same thing. So get rid of this one. Let me cook. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Oh my goodness. Some generous points givers in the chat. Oh, that was Icy. Hi, Icy. Icy, are you off work? Wah! Third try is the time. Let's go. You got there eventually. Ooh, this is so pretty. Maybe it's just because I'm hungry. We're talking about sushi and salmon and rice. But doesn't this color look kind of tasty? A nice hard candy. I predicted you'd enter. A raspy voice calls out as you enter a mystic hut. Your destiny has brought you here. We must uncover your future and fortunes so you can save us all. Okay, here are the options for the crystal sphere reading. Be sure to sign the waiver as well. She says, I'll bring in a pen and parchment. Oh, this is the little mini game. Yeah. Yeah, I'm divining 6 times. Last time, I was like 1 pixel away from getting a box, and I want to know what that is. Thank you so much for the bits! I love bits! How did you know? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Do not eat the artifact. I will eat that. Eat the artifact. You can't stop me. Do eat the artifact. Wait. So awesome. I'm getting I'm getting some mixed reviews. Oh, my aura is gleaming. Wait, give me this box. I want this box. Oh yeah. What is this? Card? I don't really want a card. What's this? Oh, did I get a card anyway? I'm really... Okay, that's fine. Oh, you don't have to take. That's good, that's good. Put a card from your discard pile into your hand. It costs 0 this turn. Sheesh! I think that goes really good with my claw stuff. Become a suspiciously artifact-shaped box? Guys, I didn't eat your artifact. I say suspiciously artifact shape. Enemies drop 10 additional gold? Lovely. Lovely. I don't think I want this card. Look at how cute this art is, though. Ah, he's like a little baby. He likes his orb. Do you think he's gonna eat this artifact? He's kind of looking at it like he might put it in his mouth. So maybe that's our answer. The sphere must rest now. Where's the box? Was the box the relic? Oh, it must have been. Okay. Box equals relic. Okay, up we go. Baby shield? Baby shield? You think he's using it as a shield? Oh, thorns. Thorns isn't my favorite because I don't like getting attacked, but I'll take it. Look, he's kind of posted up. He's so cute and precious. I like him so much. I love the defect. I want to kiss him on the head and tuck him in. Do I remove a card if I'm gonna cook anyway? Maybe. Oh, yeah, let's get rid of this debt. The sphere can rest inside the tummy. Lovely. I don't really want potions. Each combat, the first time you play a card that debuffs an enemy, double its effect. Oh, I don't think I have anything like that. I don't have vulnerable or weak or nothing. I also don't really need a pair because I'm cooking. But, you know, I guess there's nothing wrong with having a ton of health. Maybe maybe if I get so much health, I won't need block anymore. Cause I can just tank it. Changing my name to defect right now. My goodness. Do you want here, I can tuck you in. I can tuck you in. Oops. Also, shout out to all you fellas in chat with X's around your name. Love to see it. You truly love to see it. Okay, what am I getting rid of? Maybe a defend. Low key, I don't really need white noise. Like, it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun to get cards for free, but the powers just aren't doing much for me. And like adaptive AI, that one just kind of cooks me. I think it's better to have a small deck. I want a deck that's just like 6 cards. I just go crazy with the claws. Axe spot? When killed, a new axe spot is summoned in its place. Oh, this is a situation where you have to fight 6 of them, huh? Okay. Okay. It's no issue for me. Oh, yeah. I didn't even notice. There's a clear bias here. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, I would never be biased. That doesn't sound like me. Okay. This guy is dead. This guy's dead as hell. Oh. I kind of like how he pulls up. Like, we have the same sort of leg shape. Sheesh. 700 points away from 40k, so close. Like the channel points or like the gambling points? You could surely gamble. You could surely gamble to get 700. Yeah, a very biased shaped fox. Nuh-uh. 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 Yo, you have 100 fox points. Sheesh. Okay, hold on, I'm thinking. Wow, I really don't have any defense, I guess we just claw this guy. Yup. Let me scrape. Yup. And I am low-key eating damage, but it's fine. It's fine. Look, and he didn't even notice I had thorns. Goober. UI0? Common misconception? Oh my god, sorry. Yeah, common misconception. Silly me. That one's my bad. Okay, check this out. I don't really need more block. That one can just sit there. Risky? What do you mean risky? Nuh-uh. I've never done anything risky in my life. Oh, you mean Holly? She's never done anything risky in her life either. I asked everyone. She knew she was gonna win that. Oh, is this good? Queen. Queen has summons, right? Like she has little guys. So maybe having something that targets multiple enemies would be good. I don't think I need liquid memories because everything costs like 0. We'll switch that one out. Grumble. Back to work. See you in 4 hours, 27 minutes. All right, I'll set a timer for it. If I don't hear from you in 4 hours, 27 minutes, I'll call you and be like, "Yo, where are you? Where are you?" Oh wow. Okay, I don't need that. I like big damage, but I don't need it. I so knew. You so did. Oh, a Cubex construct. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I don't really know what they do. I think I'm gonna do the punch construct first. I don't know. I'm not really intimidated by a cube, but I am a little intimidated by this guy with his dukes up. Cube. Oh, sheesh. See, I knew again. Wowee. Wowee. That's a lot of points. You you have that many points in your rank 8? Oh my goodness. I guess there's a lot of people who do not gamble. At least not that much. They just keep them. Couldn't be me. I love gambling. Do I need 20 block? I guess so. Surely lightning strikes this guy. No! Oh, wait. I had... What did that? Oh yeah, deal 6 damage to a random enemy if you have at least 10 block. Yeah, that was calculated. God, he's so dead. Man, it's just so easy. It's just so easy. I love... I love claw build. It's so good. I'm questioning what the context behind that 7th tag on your stream is. Hold on, I don't even know what it is. English, Fox Girl, VTuber, lurker friendly, inclusive, top banana. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Milk that creature. What are you? I don't know what context you're missing. What's wrong with milk that creature? Oh, you just knew? Oh. Yeah, thank goodness you didn't go all in. Still an unfortunate one, though. But it could be worse. What creature are we milking? The Soul Nexus? Yeah, we could be. Probably. Probably. Do you think their milk would be, like, purple? Or do you think it would be red? Or do you think it would, like, mix together? Oh, man, I'm taking 3 damage. Gimbal all? No! It's so sad. It's so over. It's so over. More damage. I guess that was the first claw I played. What the? Makes sense. Didn't know this time. I'm sorry to hear that. Surely you'll get him right back. This poor Soul Nexus hasn't felt the blessing of a good Blinking 2000s. Well, if you've never blinked... Blunk? Blinked or blunk? Blunk sounds stupid. I think it's blinked. If you've never blinked before, then you wouldn't miss it probably, right? I think there's some geckos that don't have eyelids, and so they lick their eyeballs. So there's some cute pictures of like little geckos with their tongue on their eyeballs. And I think that's kind of awesome. So maybe he does something like that, you know? That would be my professional guess. Oh, I did not mean to use strike on the double thing, but it's fine. Oh, I'm weak and invulnerable. How could this be? I'm using this. If you have a single eye, does a wink count as a blink? Oh, much to ponder. I don't know. I feel like you probably just can't wink if you have one eyeball. Like you're cooked, I'd have to assume. Gonna work and go to archery practice. Yo, I hope it's so good. I hope you do amazing and it's so much fun. Blunkith. Edgar Allan Poe. Yo! That's awesome. Oh, the first card you play each turn is put in extra time. That is so awesome. It's bait though. I don't need it. I don't need it. Had so much fun. You too, you too. Thank you for the lyric. And thank you for the raid as well. Okay, hear me out. I know I have 39 out of 103. But what if instead of healing, I cooked again? Is that smart thinking? Well, actually, these are powers, and this one is exhaust. So effectively, these ones get removed. And it's just this stuff. What would I get rid of? I'd get rid of Zap? Maybe a strike. Because the strikes are free and it's nice, but they're not scaling. It's much better to just have claws than it is to have strikes, even though they're free. But I can't remove them. Darn it. Maybe I get rid of Zap, honestly? I don't know. Let her cook. Cooking is a 9 healing? Oh. Yeah, surely I survive with 9 healing. I like having a little bitty deck. Kyrie, thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Oh my god, high tech. Wait, how did you gamble all and you only have 100? I guess the point scaling doesn't go super high, huh? Wow, I like this song. Surely this song means I win. Okay, get rid of Zap. Do I get rid of Adaptive Strike to let my claws do the only thing cooking? Am I being greedy? Don't even say that. I know I'm being greedy. How greedy can I be? If you win the point, you put in, get doubled. If you lose there last, I only had 50 points, so doubling gives 100. No, but how did you only have 50 points? Thank you for the stretch, Kyrie. Is it crazy to get rid of a defend? I feel like that's crazy. I'm gonna do it anyway. Let me cook. Oh, yeah. That max HP in this small deck. Oh, it's so awesome. Oh, you gave the rest to Holly. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Hold on. Let me draw a creature for good luck. This is the final boss. Wow, that was supposed to be art. Yippee! Okay, now surely I win. Oh, a Twitch head amalgam. Beautiful, lovely, amazing. Okay, we gotta book up. Turn 1. You know how it is. Oh, this is a minion. Do you think it's better to just ignore the torch head and go all in on the queen? Or do you think I'll get myself killed and I should try to get rid of this first? Is this the creature we're milking? Jolly? Yeah. No. We're milking the queen. Milking her. That 16th, that 13th claw is gonna one-shot her. Did you actually do the math? Do I have to play 13 before it one-shots? The Splingus. Guys, this is not the final boss. Also, Splingus doesn't have arms or feet. Yeah, I'll draw Splingus. I think I drew Splingus last time I played. Ba-da-ba-ba. Oh, his eye looks a little goofy. Oh my god. You know when you're doing your eyeliner and you like mess up and it's like, it's okay, I'll just make it bigger. And then you have to make both sides bigger and then it's just like a vicious cycle. That's what this feels like. This is my friend Splingus. For those of you who don't know. Why are we milking things? Oh, someone pointed out that one of my tags is milk that creature. Mainly because of pen nib skill with scaled claw. Oh, I forgot I have pen nib. So I think I can ignore him then, if that's the case. I think I'm just gonna eat the damage and like not really care about that. And just full on go for the queen. Splingus can grow those things at will? Wait, Splingus can grow limbs? I was not aware of this. What is this? Only one bound card can be played per turn. That is so cooked, but not that bad. What creature are we milking? I don't know. I don't know. Milk that creature. I think it's like up to interpretation. 3. I should really be paying attention to this. So 3 attacks still be doubled. You are mine. Oh my god. No, they're bound. Well, I think feral is better. This claw isn't plussed. Yeah. And then we double this one. 33. Bow, 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 bow. Oh, I was not looking. Can you imagine if I died right there? I was so locked in on the claws. Oh, maybe I should have been trying to get rid of this torch head. It kind of hurts. Kind of hurts a little bit, huh? But what if I ignore it? What if I ignore it and it's fine? It's not fine, I'm dead. Maybe your potions could save you? Maybe safe scumming can save me. Sigh. I guess I'll get this one first. Does she resummon? I don't know. I always find it really annoying when you try really hard to get rid of a minion and then the big guy just resummons them. Cheater! Nuh-uh. It's not cheating if you can do it naturally within the game. Surely. She doesn't? She starts hitting you? Oh, man. So no matter what, I'm getting hit, huh? Well then, if that's the case, you just want to focus her. Ba-ba. Ba-ba. Maybe I need to use a flex potion at some point. Cheetah, I thought you were a fox. Oh, man. Hey, thanks, I guess. I don't know the strat, you guys. I guess I'll do this. But surely her hits aren't as hard. Maybe, hopefully. Gotta look at this for motivation. What? Where's my drawing? Oh, I save scummed. I save scummed and I got rid of Slingus and my little guy. God, no wonder I was losing. Here. That tall lady's dozen hands are really bad at hand holding. Look at all those butterfingers. Yeah. I feel like you would go to interlock fingers and your hand would just like slip out. The strat is to lower the enemy's HP to 0. Okay, well, aren't you so smart? Yeah, but do I lower this enemy's HP to 0 and ignore this one? Or do I lower this one's HP to 0 and then this one after? I need a more nuanced answer, you know? La la. Bow 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 bow. There's an alternative strat to keep your HP above 0. Man, shut up. Oscar, you're not helpful. Ugh. Man, go drink a Yakult. Yes? Yes, yes what? Oh my god. Where's that from? Oh, letter opener. Swag. Okay. It's fine. This guy's almost dead. This guy's almost dead and my HP is fine. Ugh! 99 vulnerable. Sheesh. Okay, enemy feral. Escape. And then claw. Yup. That guy's dead. Oh. Why'd she look at me like that when I killed her friend? Whoops. I'm lucky not sure what the strat here is yet. Yeah, the fact that she starts attacking is a little rough. You are looking at... Or you are looking for helpful underscore tech 318. I'm just high underscore tech 318. Thank you, high tech. Follow for more. I've been brute forcing each time for queen. Okay, I'm good at brute forcing, I think. I can do that. Wow, having to use this sad little defend is kind of sad. Womp 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 womp. Get clawed, loser. Yo. Kinda real. Gimbal 2%, gimbal 4%. Sheesh. Sheesh. Wait, I see. Your gimbal 4% didn't even go through. At least you won your milk. I never lost a run in this game. I mean, I haven't played it yet. That can only worsen my odds. I'm not seeing a lot of helpful people being helpful. Was worth trying? Tucks hair behind ear. I think if you follow me, you get 300 points or something. Pushes fingertips together. Bite slip. Gamble my soul. What do you double your soul if you win? Yippee! Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. So awesome. I can't believe that worked. I think maybe the strat is to kill the summon midway-ish. Because she strength buffs the guy, so you can technically reset their buffs when the fella dies. Oh. That makes sense. I am dead here, though. Let me try with that strategy. You get 100 points for following. Oh. I thought it would be a little more than that. But at least it's something. The premium strat is to make 100 alternative accounts. Fast. And use the give command to give the free points to your main account. Wait, that's kind of real. I never considered that you could just follow on an alt account and then give it away. But then my stats would look cooked. I'd be like, wow, X Cinnamon Fox X has 1 million followers, but there's like only 20 people in there. I guess unless you lurked on your alt accounts. That would be awesome. I love big numbers. I have a feeling I've been tricked. Raid and then have all your followers give you their points. Oh, wait, that's a good point too. Hmm. The Holly strat. Guys, can I be honest? I think maybe the flex potion was not the move. I think if I had the one that gave like the 2 strength for the whole run, I think that'd be easier. I don't know what turn to use this sword. Also, 10 damage is not really high beans. Or alternatively, gimbal all. Wow. Good job. Good job, Ultra Instinct 2. The Holly strat that she isn't even aware of. She just did it by accident. I think that suits her. Yeah. My goodness. Mods, ban Teru. Okay, what am I doing? Maybe I just like spread the love. Maybe put claws on the queen and strikes on the Twitch head, and maybe it'll all work itself out. What the? Have you tried just winning? Oh, I haven't tried that one yet. Thank you so much for this expert strategy. Wowee. Would have never thought about that one. Alright. No, my feral. Azu, get Teru. Real. Eat him up. Okay, look at this. Spreading the love. Does, the bounce? Oh, I guess they stay bound even if they're shuffle. Is that... Guys are unbound at the end of the turn. Will they be unbound if they're in my draw pile? Remember your flex too? That's true. Is this a good turn? I don't know what a good turn to use flex would be. I feel like I should use flex when I have scrape. But I don't know. It doesn't scale off your claw. Just pop it when you have a lot of cards casted? You should flex. Oh, I should flex on a pen nib turn. Wait, that's kind of real. It's kind of real and true. Wow, look at this actual good advice. It only took a lot of nonsense to get there. Gimbal 10%, youch. Oh my god. Your 10% is huge. Pen nib is a thing you're cooking? Oh. Wait, did I... Oh. That's letter opener. Sorry, I looked at this and I was like, what happened to my nib? This is my nib. They're both kind of nib shaped if we're being honest. Okay, okay, I think this is a flex moment. So I need feral. Scrape. And then claw. And then claw. Sheesh! Yeah, 12 times 3 is pretty rough. I really wish I could have killed him this turn. Yeah, 10% is huge. That's a quote if I've ever seen one. What? I'm thinking. I don't think I get it. Nib-shaped letter opener? Yeah, isn't a nib just like a pointy thing? So this is just a letter opener nib, if you think about it. It kind of looks like a banana. Like a pointy banana. Okay. Wow, I'm so dead. Ugh. Okay, scrape. Wait, can this die on its own? I don't think so. Oh, we gotta got to scale the claws. Yup. Being silly, don't overthink it. Okay. I don't think I've ever overthinked in my life. No, you killed a fella? I didn't kill the fella. I didn't kill the fella and now I'm dead. And now I'm dead again. It'd be so awesome if I was vulnerable. Surely this is it? Yeah, surely this is it. As in, like, surely I'm dead as hell. All these adaptive strikes. Okay, don't look at this. Don't look at this. It's because I didn't draw a little guy. Okay. Okay. That surely helped. Okay. Book. Why do you have so much max HP? No actual HP. Look, I had a pear. Look, yummy pear. I don't know. I think it's because every restaurant I went to, I was so excited about cooking that I just cooked 3 times on this map instead of actually like resting. Too close to the sun. Surely there's a way to do it. Might as well use the AoE pushing right away. Yeah, I guess there's nothing to wait for, huh? Okay, what if I ignore this guy and go straight for the queen? I think I did that my first time and it didn't work. But what if we try it again and it works this time? You didn't rest before the boss? No, I cooked. Let her cook. Who let me in the kitchen? Cooking is 9 healing? That's true. That's true. So it's healing. Awesome. Swag. Okay. There's gotta be a nice way to do this. There's gotta be. Oh, my feral. Sad. Maybe I'm not supposed to scrape this turn. Dunno. Dunno. Listen, boss fight is stressful. Insomnia. It's true. It's true, I didn't sleep a wink. Okay, I don't need to defend. Oh, well, I guess there's no reason to save it. Yippee! Okay. Eating all that. Hi, Sarah! Thank you for the hydrate and stretch! Wow, what good timing. I gotta do that lurk thing. I'll return soon. Thank you! Thank you for your lurk. I appreciate it. Okay, in the past I've done feral and then scrape and then like double did a claw to scale it. I still think that's the best course of action. Man, who got rid of all my defense? Why do I only have 2 defense in my deck? Surely there's a winning order of cards. If we save scum enough. That's what I'm thinking. Oh wow, that hurts really bad, huh? Is this a flex turn? I think so because I'm scraping. Right? My defend. Yawn? Are you sleepy? Or are you saying I'm sleepy? That's kind of real. Kind of real and kind of true. Okay. She's below hell. Health? She's below health. She's below half. Unfortunately, I am also. Don't strength. Don't block. What the hell? Like, if I defend, it's exactly lethal still. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. Oh, I should have clawed first and then maybe it would have cycled. It's fine. Ah. I think this is it for me. Oh wait, no! Cloak Clasp saved me. Surely. This is so sus. Okay. Claspia! Sheesh! Oh, that's so unlucky. I didn't get any card draw. Oh. Guys, I don't think this is going so well. Oh, wait. When it makes a copy, the copy is also bound. That is some eggs. Ugh. 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 I didn't know it was like that. Man. Do you do enough damage if you full target the queen, you think? I think so. I think I have been full targeting the queen. I don't know why this guy is taking damage. Maybe... surely... Surely it's not just the letter opener. Pairing shield and one lightning? I don't know. But yeah, if this went over to her, I feel like it would be okay. But I don't know. I think that's the smartest, like the way I'm doing it, at least if I'm targeting just the queen, I think the cards I'm playing are like the smartest one. But I think I need the card draw order to be shuffled somehow. I think I need to get feral earlier. And I think I need defense in my hand a little bit. It's like maybe I have to bulk up. And then there's no reason to not do this stuff. Surely if we gamble enough and lightning hit her each turn. Surely. I kind of wish when I cooked, instead of getting rid of a block, I got rid of Adaptive Strike. Ugh. Okay, so I've been scraping, but I need something to change, so maybe I just reboot. Maybe that was my win condition. Oh, I should have maybe flexed. Well, maybe not. What did I play? I played reboot. I don't know. I'm doing this. Bow, bow, bow. Stop hitting the amalgam. Nibbles over against Shirley, I believe. Okay, believing. Okay. Fair. Oh, that's so rough. Should buff her or something. No, my defense. Oh my god, I striked instead of clawed. Oh, surely that changed the card draw order somehow. Oh man, I don't think I got that dog in me. I think I was too overconfident. Maybe, perhaps. 7. 30 damage. Oh, it's pen nib. Aw, man. I should've... I should've flexed. What did I play? Whatever. It surely goes here. 37? Oh, 39. Okay, yes. 39. Yummy. And then the fen. the same place that I was. Cause it's still we're still clasped to keep alive, I believe. Like I did different order, but I think it I guess I don't know how much health she was on. But I think this is kind of the same cooked situation. Yeah. Chiluki has about the same. It may be 20 less. Like, he's missing so much. Ugh. Give it to her. I should... Do I try to get rid of him first? I think I have to, but like... She does like 35 damage anyway. If she's the one attacking. Guys, I don't think I can win this. I think I'm gonna be safe scumming for like an hour. Just to find out that there wasn't really a way to do it. I have fallen into this trap many times before, unfortunately. Going strong? Going a little cooked. I guess you're the one getting milked. Aw, man. I really do be like that sometimes. Oh, thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Thank you, thank you. Are we good up stretch? Okay, I'll stand up to stretch. I always stretch my legs. Or my arms. I'll stretch my legs. Wowie. My blood feels so... What's the opposite of clotted? Viscous? Not viscous. Viscous is still thick. My blood feels so thin, but like not too thin. My blood is a lovely viscosity. Flowy. My blood is so flowy. Yes. Wonderful. Such blood, much flow? Oh. An excellent point. Okay. Okay. How come when I'm targeting her, he's got like a billion damage missing? Whoa! Thank you for the hype. Something about the hype playing while I'm like getting cooked feels kind of kind of unusual. Viscosity is a range from high to low. I guess you feel like you got good circulation. I do. I thought if something was viscous, that meant it was like really thick, like syrup. Clotting up? No, guys, don't clot up. Guys, stretch! You're not supposed to clot up. My blood is a pressure washer? Oh, is that... Is that good? Is that a good thing? Oh, I should have nipped. Or I should have flexed. Surely that doesn't even make a difference. ... Okay, look. He's dead. Dunzo. On the floor. Oh, I should have feraled and then done that. Whatever. We're scaling claws. We're scaling claws. I think Ozzy's heart is gonna explode. That sounds kind of exciting. 7 times 5. Viscous is it being thick. Viscosity is like how thick. Oh. Interesting. I ate too much pizza. Oh. I'm so sorry. You gotta take a nap. You gotta take a little chubby tired nap. I think it feels really good when you eat too much and then you just go lay down. Okay. Can I do 300 damage in one turn? Darn it. Cake is dummy biscuits. Ew. That sounds so strange. Oh, I didn't even get a claw. Man, I cooked myself. Okay. I think this is it, you guys. I think this is the best I could have done. We are gathered here today in loving memory of this frog. We love him very much and his claws are awesome. But unfortunately, Frost was a little bit greedy and didn't think he needed that many block cards. Please ascend into Valhalla. You did so good. He flops over. He's so cute. He's so cute. Oh my god. I wonder if they make plushies of him. I really, really like him. I don't know. I feel protective of him. He's just so cute. He's just so cute. Ugh. How long will we be streaming for? I'm gonna be lurking, but I need to know what's the ending care package. I think I'm probably gonna end here. It's getting a little hungry in here. And you know, it's the end of a run and all. I gotta make some dinner. Should I have leftover tacos? Or chicken and rice? Much to think about. First you're my food TV, now you're my nap white noise. That's a gold star streamer. Oh my goodness. I love nap white noise. Well, I'm ending, but surely whoever I raid into will not be screaming. Defect is your least favorite fella! Mods! Get this guy out of here. Get this guy out of here. What the hell? I love Defect. I love Defect. See, look. Wee, that's so cute. In the scrapyard, the Defect ponders its fate and purpose. Is being okay at a host of functions not desirable? Do we all need to excel at a distinct function? While processing these questions, hello pops out another construct. Hello, Defect responds. My name is Flaw. Defect and Flaw? I didn't know he had a buddy. Okay, some relics. None of those are claw build relics, but you know, we'll take it. Can't ban a mod, I'm afraid. Man, this is so messed up. Everybody say nice things about the defect right now. Now resurrected the defective construct. No simple feat, even for an ancient. Construct. What you lost. Your creator abandoned you. Hides at the top. The defect now thanks Niao and heads for the top, seeking answers. Wait, so the architect made him? Ah, these are all orbs. I'm not even orb pilled. Sigh. Oh well, good to have things. Pretty cool. I think this is pretty swag. I can watch the VOD of the beginning I missed. Ah, that's so lovely. Yippee, yippee, yippee. I hope I don't, like, scream too much. Oh, wow. Wow, look at these stats. Best streak 2. Is this for winning? My win streak is only 2? Oh, hell nah. 11 hours? What? What? Or is this seconds? Well, I didn't play 11 minutes. Why? Why does it say I played it for 11 hours? Guys, I swear. I swear that's... Is that true? Maybe that's true. That seems crazy. Because I didn't play it at all today. Ah, hell nah, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I gotta... I gotta go. I gotta end stream. You have 9 games, so that checks out. Is a round really? On average, more than an hour? Or maybe it's just because I keep yapping and getting distracted. That's just kind of surprising. I think the defect looks like a whale, which is pretty neat. Yeah, I think he looks like a frog, but either way, pretty neat, pretty neat. We are ending. I'm so sorry. I gotta go get some food. I gotta go get some food. We can raid into shrimp. I think shrimp's the only one I got. Well, we raided shrimp kind of recently. Carrot, who do you recommend raiding? You've asked a lot, and I've never taken you up on it. so we can go with your suggestion for today. Squeak! Oh my goodness, you wanna hear my sock monkey? Alright, listen up. Listen up. He's got some words of wisdom for you. So please listen carefully. Oh yeah. My fastest win was on defect with 44 minutes, but generally takes about an hour. Man, you can't be like, defect is my least favorite, and then absolutely like demolish with them. God, it's so ungrateful. If you have someone to rate, go ahead. They just like assimilating my communities. Okay, we'll go with shrimp then. I like shrimp and they are playing Skyrim, and I like Skyrim. So let's go show them some love. And just a reminder, shrimp's pronouns are they, them. So let's show them some love. Here's a raid message. Oh, Tibbs got it. Yes, copy the raid message. Either regular raid or sub raid, depending on your needs. And I hope you have a great rest of your day. I will not be live tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday, but I will be live again on Saturday. It's gonna be a hand cam stream, and I'm gonna be making all kinds of different slimes. I think it's gonna be really goofy, but I got some glitter from the store, and I'm really excited. So be there, be square. All right, goodbye, everyone. Make sure you have a great rest of your day. Oh my goodness, a Pika. Pika Pia. Okay, have a great rest of your day. Make sure you drink enough water and get enough sleep and eat enough protein and make good choices. Goodbye.